Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are
Hey,
Tiger,
good
what's
morning.
going on?
It's Friday.
Good morning, good morning.
It's a
Yes,
great day by
yes.
default. That's the best thing about
Exactly.
Friday. No matter how
Yep,
bad the week has been or good, it's always a good day
yep,
just because it's Friday.
yep. You got that
These
slight
things
air of, oh,
unfold.
today's going to be a good day no matter what.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Green screen a little too narrow, I'm guessing.
Yeah, this thing is a little too, it's too close. I'm going to have to try to figure out how to rearrange a few things because, yeah, I will be end up sitting up straight, super close to my desk the entire time. I'm like, well, I can't do this for 4 hours.
Have it on your lap. Yeah, that's the way it was for me
Right.
too. I've basically got two green screens side by side. That way it's wide enough.
Um,
But yeah,
gotcha.
figured
See,
figured that
that
out. I'm
all
like,
makes
let's just
sense.
leave it like that. Yeah. So
Sweet.
how'd the rest of your
Yes.
Thursday go?
Not too bad. I didn't do too much. Finished on up. Um, what else do we do? Oh, my daughter starts going to school next week, so we need to have to run a few errands, get her a few things for school, go up there and do the
Oh
whole
yeah,
teacher thing, if she needs anything, all of that good stuff. So that's what my Thursday and probably today will consist of.
yeah, yeah. It's that day.
Yep.
It's just crazy. The older we get, it's the crazy. It's just crazy to see how quickly it is, how quickly the summer goes, and then you're already seeing pictures all over like Facebook of all your friends' kids holding signs. My
Yep.
first day of school. Then
Yep.
they
Yep.
compare their
Yep.
young pictures with their current pictures. Yeah, it's just crazy how time flies. Being away from school for
And
so
then it
long.
just remind you all over again how old you're getting. That's what's happening.
We're not getting old. We're getting well seasoned. Remember that.
There you go. There you
We're
go.
just about ready to be thrown onto the grill.
Oh man.
It's just a little
Right.
trick of the mind. Just a little trick of the mind. Well, good morning, FXJ. What up? Hello, Briley.
Hey, FXJ.
How are you two
up,
doing?
guys?
We'll be here for the next
What's up, guys?
4 hours. So,
Yeah.
if you got any thoughts, questions, charts you want us to look at, news in the world going on, fundamental news, stuff like that, let us know. Mindset, any of the above. We'll definitely get into it. XAU, FXJ, we'll get into some gold for sure. I'm in a silver trade, so those two kind of go in hand. So we'll definitely take a look at those two. Yeah, XAU.
Oh,
yep.
nice.
We'll definitely. Yeah, it's the. Let's see. I think I opened this trade after our stream yesterday morning, but for silver.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we'll definitely check out gold as well. Excuse me. As soon as I get my throat
Nice.
wetting up a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I see it.
Christian says, let me guess, we're getting weak retail sales data today and weak dollar. Well, we'll find out. Unfortunately, neither Coach Michael or myself, neither one of us are Nostradamus, right? So we just wait until the facts show themselves and let the volatility jump, let it kind of simmer down, and then that's when we really plan the attack, right? So definitely want to stay safe ahead of that. Yeah, like you said, that's retail sales at 7:30 a.m. Central Time, so 8:30 a.m. New York City, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is definitely when we'll get some core retail sales month over month, excluding, of course, the volatile energy sector, and then the regular report will come out as well. Food and energy, I should say, for the core retail. It's kind of funny, Michael, how they separate it out into a core and separate it out into a, because I can't remember if that was you said this or maybe one of the other coaches. All that we care about is what's coming out of our pocketbook. So you can't be separating things just to make it look better on your end.
Yeah.
Right.
And they make it a little bit easier for them to manipulate the whole thing. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like when they used to say this thing, it was like, oh, we're not in a recession. A recession is when you have negative GDP for, let's say, 3 months in a row. And 3 quarters in a row, excuse me.
2 quarters. Like, 2 quarters.
Okay, when that happened, they're like, oh, well, we changed it. It's if it's 4 quarters in a row. Like, what? I could have sworn it was 3 quarters in a row for forever. Like, yeah, moving the goalpost. Right?
Yeah.
Another good one is quantitative easing. And it's like, oh, it's something like a fancy way of saying counterfeiting, basically.
Sounds like a fun word, a nice soothing word, easing, right?
Yeah. Like these guys in charge are funny with their fancy Harvard words to try to make you think something else. Like, wow.
Yeah.
Can get really deep.
Well, they're just as sneaky as the market makers that jump in there and grab the liquidity, right? Go the opposite side. Ronald Reagan said it best. What was it exactly? The words that should scare you the most. Hello, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Oh, yeah.
During his presidential run in the 80s. Yeah. But at least he had the balls to admit it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Christian Rich is he's out today. They got the thing going on with the cutting the trees down. So really, really loud. It's like right next to him. So just wanted to pass it on today.
Right.
He probably jump in and chat a little bit later. Hang out with us for a bit.
Yeah, it's he's got a big case of termites right outside, right? Got the hedge trimmer, the tree trimmer, whatever it's called. They're chopping down some trees and throwing it in the wood chipper. That's it. Yeah. That's why he was kind of on a little bit and off a lot of the time yesterday, just because it was so loud. You guys and gals probably heard it a little bit in the chat. But yeah, they just made kind of the executive decision to hold off for the day, let him finish that up, and then he'll be back next week on Tuesday. Actually, from what I'm understanding, Michael, it looks like we might be getting another coach as a visitor. on Monday. I don't know if you heard that,
Yeah,
but
Alex. Yeah, I seen it. I seen it on the
Alex,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we're just bringing in some new blood for everybody in chat, just to give us some extra voices. So he'll be on with us Monday with me and Michael, and then Richard will be back as of Tuesday. So just so everybody's up to date on that.
So Alex will be with us,
Yeah.
and then so everything's the same except Monday, basically.
Yeah, and today, obviously. So with just being two of us, chat, definitely throw us out a bunch of questions, a bunch of thoughts. You're basically going to be Richard for the day, okay? So just give us, give us some plenty of things to chat about, talk about. We'll obviously go through our charts, top setups, and all that kind of stuff. Cut up, have a few jokes and laughs. But yeah, it's Friday, so let's just let loose a little bit. We do obviously have the Trump and Putin summit going on today, and I don't know what time that is. Michael, did you see what time that is by chance?
I actually didn't either. I know that's the thing. I didn't really see it on the actual calendar or anything, though.
Yeah, because normally they'll have that. If anybody in the chat knows what time Trump and Putin are meeting today, let us know. I'm going to try to find a quick look at it here while we're on that thought, because that's going to have a lot to do with my current silver trade I'm in. If it's like something earlier in the morning, I'm probably going to get out ASAP. If it's later in the evening here, U.S. time, and then I'll probably hold on to it. President departs, president participates, out of town. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't say. Okay, here we go. The president's Anchorage. Okay, hold on a second. The president participates in a bilateral program with the president of Russia. That's 11 a.m. local, so that would be Anchorage time, Alaska. So that'll be 3 p.m. Okay, here we go. So 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, it looks like. Okay, so towards the last hour of the intraday session, basically. Well, actually, that's right at the end of the stock trading session. Let's clarify that. But then, of course, the currency market will be open another hour, right? So the currency market's always open about another hour or so after the stock market closes. So I'm definitely going to be making a note of that. 3 p.m. Yep, I'm writing that down right now. Because I definitely want to be out of that silver trade. Exactly.
For sure.
Even if I am up
one thing that can mess up a trade is it's Trump saying anything down here.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Good or bad, right? Yeah, I don't care if I'm up. I don't care if I'm up $1,000, $1,500 on this silver trade. I'm out. So, because we don't even know if they're going to telecast it. Trump obviously telecast with President Zelensky. So part of you might think they'll just do the same thing with Putin, but Putin's a totally different animal, right? So I don't know if that's he would agree to necessarily meeting us on our turf. I don't know. So just don't want to take the chance. Definitely want to be careful. Today's probably a good day to do more intraday, smaller time frame type stuff. I'm definitely not going to be looking for my normal higher time frame stuff. I mean, I still will, but I'll just pay more attention to those types of alerts on Monday/Tuesday. Right. So yeah, I'm gonna be playing down in the sandbox in the 5 and 15 minute time frames today, just like most of the rest of you, right?
It's funny you even said that. I literally I see Christian just mentioned gold's looking bearish, so I actually looked at it just now too, and I'm like, oh, you know what? He's right. This is actually probably going to set up in the next 40 minutes. And I just went down to the 15 minute.
Yeah. Do you want to show that on your chart real quick? See what you're looking at?
Let's do it. Yeah, let's kind of jump into it. Back in here. Let's get my screen up.
You can do it.
Oh, yeah.
Jump into it.
This is looking pretty good, to say the least. Now, remember, I just want to throw this out here. I said back here that once this crossed, this was supposed to be short.
Right. Yep.
We got the level two shorts. Now, it played around with this level for a minute, right? We're trying to wonder if it was going to do some type of, I don't know, maybe some type of head and shoulders pattern here and going long. They gave another fake one here, and this thing has just literally been short since then. Now, what I see now, obviously, is we got the 5,200 cross. Now we're looking for that M structure off the 200. So that would have been this move, right? Going down. But that's fine. Again, at 800 EMA is kind of right there. I really wasn't interested in that. But what I am interested in is this next move. Remember, after the 5,200 cross, you're looking for the M or W off the 200. And after that, you're looking for the bounce off the 50. So this hit right here, this would be the move I'm interested in to the downside. And it looks like this is actually trying to do it. And then in addition to that, yeah, this is something else too, how I always mention the reload happens on the M and W off the 200, but the next trade that we're taking is what I call the money trade. I want to see it just like this. I want to see this red line and these RSI line above this yellow line. That's like, this is giving me that confidence that they just want to go up and then pull it on back down. And as far as the market structure, let's take all of this off. If I drill down to the 15-minute here, this is nice. What's that diagram that I always draw, right? Asia box time, right? And I want to go short, right? So what are they doing? Coming out of the box, hit it one good time, right? Hit it one time, close below, made everybody think they were going short. Everybody jumped on it, pulled it back more time, right? And then the drop. This is the move I'm expecting. Maybe even something like this. Right.
But Michael, they're just doing a little quantitative easing right there.
Right. Say that's it, nothing more.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see. Price went back.
Right. Nothing.
You were right after we robbed you blind. I gotta laugh, Christian. Yeah, you got a point there. And I just typed in while Michael was talking. I didn't realize Putin was only 5'6", 5'7", as far as his height.
Oh, really?
It is.
I didn't know that.
It is on the shorter side. Yeah, I just for the fun looked it up. 5'6", 5'7". Of course, Trump going to tower over him because I think he's 6'2" or 6'3". He's up. He's my height. I'm 6'4". I'm 6'4", so yeah, looking down at somebody like Putin, though. Hey, how's the weather down there?
That would piss him off.
I kid. I guess I better not go to Russia. Might not come back. They hear me saying that.
That is a tough guy. It's gonna be interesting to see how they actually interact. I thought they was friends. For the longest, it seemed like they was friends, but I don't know what happened.
Well, you listen to Trump, of course, that's coming from Trump. He talks about they have a very good relationship, like he always says. He says that with everybody, President Xi, President Zelensky, even though we clearly saw that blow up in the Oval Office. I think he's trying to take the high road for the sake of, all the world leaders saying, hey, I may be rough and tough, but still, let's talk, let's do business, whatever. I don't know. I'm just speculating on that. Just because, I read a lot of President Trump's books way before he even went for the presidency, way before. Like some of his books and just on his mindset. That was my first exposure to him was, like 15 years ago. I thought, well, who's this guy? Because I'd heard of the show The Apprentice, and I never really got into it or watched it. But, somehow or another, I ran across his book, Think Like a Champion, and a couple others. I can't remember the titles. Why We Want You to Be Rich. He wrote that with Robert Kiyosaki, the guy that wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad, which is an awesome book just by itself. But after reading his books and just kind of studying his mindset a little bit way back in the day, like I said, 15 years ago, it makes a little sense to me anyway, why he just kind of gives people reputations to uphold. So I think he's just kind of doing that, the positive mindset games to get people to understand, hey, let's work together. Let's make deals because he's all about his deals, right? So,
right.
The deal. Art of the deal. Yeah, that's another one I read.
Mhm.
Yeah, you talk about
Yeah.
the in-depthness of the way he looks about deals and things. It's just crazy, all the detail. But anyway, that's for another day. So yeah. So yeah, I mean, he's just been kind of playing the media game from what I'm observing anyway. Talking about they
Right.
better make a deal. It's almost like a threat, right? If you're coming to Alaska, you better make a deal while you're here, type of thing. So we'll see. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that room.
No, for sure. Yeah, he's I don't know. Some of the stuff is kind of like I guess he got mad at maybe a month ago. I forget about which two it was, but he was just like, they don't know what they're doing. And I'm like, whoa, this never seen somebody not care enough like he does. Like, bro.
Well, what's hilarious
You
about
could've
that is
said
all
that
the
more
memes that came out. All the memes that came out because of that. We got a poll question. In today's price action, what was your style? Are you scalping the small moves? Are you swing trading the trends? Are you staying flat and waiting? Or are you random button clicking? Oh boy. So definitely give us your reply in that one. And that's specific to today's price action. So keep that in mind, right? Might change on Monday. I know it's changing for me. So I know what I'm putting. Yeah, there's that. So yeah, let us know what you think. We'll definitely come back to that poll question later, see what the results are. So let's see what time. Oh, it's 3:30. We doing the news now? I just needed to find out.
Yeah, let's check and see. What
Time
else?
flies.
What else?
I'll just set them.
This USD CAD as well.
In 2 minutes. Okay, we'll do our news in a couple minutes. Dollar can.
All right. Well, yeah, we can kind of see what's going on. Oh, well, let me get back to this goal here. Yeah, this is really, really, really close to setting up. Like, damn, they're super close. The only thing I don't like about this, there's always something. I could totally see. I really want them to always say the wicks. I don't want the wicks off the 50. Right? There got to be some body on there. So I could totally see this happening. Them coming back, actually touching the 50, and then rolling over. I could totally see that happen because this is a little light. Right? Yeah, it was 2 hits, but it's still a little light. So it's kind of hard to tell. I'll still end up taking it, probably just not with my full position, just in case. Because that would be the only thing, in my opinion, that's stopping this trade from really running. I'm really loving the risk to reward on it, though, like more than anything. You guys know I always target this ADR low. But yeah, I'm loving how this closed below the 13 as well. Kind of came back, touched it one more time, flipped it over again. All right, nice little zone flip here. And now it's going to be engulfing. It's going to close below all of this structure, hopefully, in the next 26 minutes. That'll give me enough. I'll bypass. So like what I mentioned to you too, right? Like if it doesn't perfectly set up, it's not that I won't take it because this is nearly freaking awesome, right? Like almost exactly to the T is what I would look for. I wouldn't pass and not. I just wouldn't put my full position on it. So worst case scenario, if I do take it, right, and it does do exactly what I thought. Let's say it comes back and then drop. I'm either going to be out of it early enough to not really take a real loss, or if I do get stopped out on it, let's say I do one quick move, it won't be a full position. It will be just a half.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
And by the time
we could get
back over.
Yeah. We definitely get back onto that right after the news piece, and then I'll throw another angle on gold and silver right after as well. So, yeah, let's go ahead and take care of the news real quick. I'll get you all updated and see what we got rolling today. So, back to you, back in.
Let's do it.
morning, everybody. Good morning, traders. Happy Friday, TGIF. It's a great day by default, I always say. Welcome back to Forex Fire, your go-to source for the latest market-moving news and analysis. So let's dive right into the key developments from yesterday's economic calendar and what's on tap for today. So the U.S. dollar struggles to hold gains. The dollar saw some strength on Thursday after hotter than expected producer price index, PPI for short, data, but it is struggling to maintain momentum today. The annual PPI jumped to 3.3% in July, and that's up from 2.4% in June, while the core PPI surged to 3.7% year over year, signaling a persistent inflationary pressure. However, traders remain convinced that the Fed will cut rates in September, with markets pricing in a 94% chance of a 25 basis point reduction. And one other thing to note, the previous report had been revised upward as well, about another 0.1%. That's before that 3.3% report came out. So yeah, pretty crazy stuff. But today, what's on tap for today? All eyes are going to be on this U.S. retail sales report coming out for July, expected to show a 0.5% increase, along with the preliminary Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index, the UOM index. But the biggest event of the day, the high-stakes meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska. They're going to be meeting up in Anchorage, Alaska, where they'll discuss ending the war in Ukraine. So hopefully we'll get some good news coming out of that. Any signs of progress could shake up markets, as always, especially oil and safe haven currencies. So definitely keep track of that. We just looked it up. I believe it's around 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time today. Of course, fashionably late, as always. You know how they run. So, but global markets are reacting to mixed data. So in Asia, China's economic data disappointed, with retail sales growing just 3.7% year over year, which is well below the 4.6% forecast. And industrial production slowing to 5.7%. So looking at the Aussie dollar, US dollar currency pair, it did drop nearly 0.8% yesterday. It is actually rebounding slightly above the 0.65 level, but the Aussie remains under pressure. Meanwhile, Japan's Q2 GDP surprised to the upside, expanding at an annualized 1% rate, beating expectations. This has given the Japanese yen, the JPY, a lift, keeping the US dollar, Japanese yen currency pair pinned near the 147 level. With the Bank of Japan still leaning hawkish, further Japanese strength could be in play if risk sentiment sours. Euro, let's move over to the euro and the pound. They are showing some resilience. So the euro is holding steady above the 1.165 level against the US dollar, and that's despite yesterday's pullback. Eurozone data confirmed Q2 GDP growth at just 0.1%, while the industrial production fell 1.3% in June. And that's underscoring the region's sluggish economy. But if today's Trump-Putin meeting hints at any peace in Ukraine, then the euro, of course, could catch a bid on reduced energy price risks. As for the British pound, the GBP, it's recovering slightly above the 1.355 level after yesterday's drop. The UK's Q2 GDP came in at 0.3%, and that's better than expected. But traders are now looking ahead to next week's UK CPI data for clues on the Bank of England's next move. Moving over to commodities, gold is steady, oil is under pressure. The gold XAU-USD pair dipped 0.5% yesterday as Treasury yields rose, but is holding near the $3,350 per troy ounce level today. With Fed rate cuts still expected, the downside may be limited. Moving on over to oil. Oil prices, however, are slipping, with WTI crude trading near the 62.85 level. Traders are cautious ahead of the Trump-Putin summit, understandably so, as any signs of a ceasefire could ease supply concerns. But if tensions persist, we could see a rebound. So key events to watch today. Once again, we do have the U.S. retail sales number coming out. We got the Michigan Consumer Sentiment, the UOM, the Trump-Putin meeting, like I mentioned already. Any headlines there could trigger some volatility in the dollar, the euro, and oil. With the Fed's rate cut odds still high, the dollar remains vulnerable. But today's data and obviously the geopolitical developments could shift the narrative. So keep an eye out on that. Retail sales, consumer strength, and the Trump-Putin meeting. Okay, so I went over that. Thanks for all now. Just a quick look at the calendar so that you can get an accurate timing today. So once again, that core retail sales month over month and the regular retail sales month over month is going to be due at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which of course is New York City time. The core number is expected at a 0.3%, which would be 0.2% less than the previous period. And then the regular retail number is expected to be the exact same as the last period at 0.6. So if all that shakes out perfectly, then we could see, just a little bit softening of the dollar, okay, assuming that they hit those numbers. So as always, never know. They may be soft. They may be hot. We'll just have to find out. But above all, be careful around that time and around 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for the Trump-Putin summit as well. And with that, we'll get back into some charts and have a good Friday. Back to you guys. All
right. Awesome job as always, Tiger. Great information.
Good deal.
And we can now.
Yeah. We'll be repeating that all day. Careful on a Friday. Careful on a Friday.
Yes. That's another reason I'm not going to go too hard on this trade because, Friday, all of this news coming up. Yeah, definitely want to be cool, not go too heavy. But and this is looking great.
11 a.m. local. Yeah, it would have been cool if they'd have pushed it after, but it is right at the end of the trading day. I guess that makes sense. Makes sense.
Right. Oh yeah, this will end up being pretty good. We'll definitely see. But yeah, they want to get out of that zone for sure.
3-to-1 ish there, don't you? About 2.5, 3-to-1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
3.3. Okay.
Yeah,
Are they good?
This will do it. Especially if they take out this area right here, these previous lows. Oh man.
Oh yeah.
I definitely would think this will continue going.
And what's that? 33.10 for your take profit? 33.10.
Yep, 33.10.
Okay. Yeah, that's right below my line I've been watching there for 2 weeks, the 3,300 to take it the other way. So there we go. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously for me, just looking at top setups, gold and silver are still number 1 and number 2. Gold at a 10 and silver at a 7. So, as always, just sell it on down. I'll take that inventory off your hands. But
you got gold and silver on the buy side, right?
Yeah. Yeah, gold at 10, silver at 7. And understandably so, because it's definitely going to be a very volatile day because of that meeting alone. Forget retail sales for a moment. just them, they're flapping their lips together in Alaska. It's understandable why the fundamentals are trending towards the metals right now.
Right.
And 100%. Not only that, but all of the indices fell off my list. So they're all down to neutral now, zeros and ones. It's definitely a sit on your hands type of a day when you're looking at the fundamentals of all these indices.
Yeah, got to make sure you do it the right way now, because my, this thing could take you out and quick.
In a hot second.
Now, why did I do that?
Let's see M chart on gold. Those 5-minute candles wicks are insane. I guess we're getting settlement for the war today. And drop gold bullish EUGU. Yep. Yeah, yeah, I'll definitely take a look at gold as well, just from the opposite side on a little bit higher time frame. Here in just a moment.
Yeah, we can pass it
Let's
on
see what
over
we
to
got.
you.
Oh, you want me to? Okay,
You can
that's
pass it
fine.
over. Yeah.
Right on. Let's do that back in. Let's get on over here. We'll take a look at what I'm looking at for gold, and then we'll take a look at my silver trade as well. So with gold, again, it's the strongest bullish narrative, bullish bias asset in my watch list. Score of a 10. So now we do have the COT report due today at around what 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, 5 o'clock. It just depends. Usually depends. It's usually about a 30, 45-minute time range when they get that thing out. But anyway, yeah, that'll be due out later today. But just looking back to last Friday's COT report, when it comes to gold, they obviously, well, gold and silver, they added longs to their portfolios, talking about the big banks and institutions. And would you believe it, but retail traders are net short on both gold and silver. Right? So net short. But the seasonality is good for both of these metals. The trend is good. The manufacturing and services PMIs are in favor of the bullish narrative. The CPI, the PPI, all the inflation data, the PCE, that's all in favor of these metals. Employment change numbers as well. So yeah, as we sit today, and I think I might have even went over this yesterday, or maybe quiet markets, but the only real things going against the bullish bias is the interest rates, retail sales number, which of course is due out today, and then the GDP. So in fact, just looking at last time's retail sales report, I'm going to do that off screen here because I think that number was bearish the last time as well. Oh, it's doing its thing, resetting. Come on, let's get here. Okay, so U.S. economic heat map, retail sales. Oh, that was a bullish number. Okay, so the last number, and that's factored into these ratings I just went over, was bullish. Retail. Let me double check that. Retail sales. Retail sales. Okay. Got it. Which obviously it's inverse for gold, right? From the dollar to gold. So anyway, yeah, that'll obviously change it up a point or two later. But no matter what the retail sales number says, is what I'm trying to get at. Whether it's good or whether it's bad, it won't drop but just a point or two on gold and silver. So they'll still both be bullish regardless of the retail sales number, unless it's just a gigantic number in one of the directions or the other. So yeah, that's going to definitely be bullish, especially because of the summit going into Sunday night for us, but Monday for the rest of the world. So, but anyway, yeah, just looking at gold over here on the chart. I still am keeping an eye on this 3,300 level down here. This 3,300 psych level, but it's also still right on that demand zone. Loved the price action exiting this area, and my leg out candle just spiked like crazy. So yeah, if we get a pull back down to here, I'm definitely interested in going long. I just hope it doesn't do this until Monday, because I don't want this to be coming down here today into a trade ahead of the summit.
Right.
So that's what I'm looking at. But yeah, definitely, if you're looking at it on the smaller time frames, I mean, clearly we're in a downtrend on an hourly time frame, right? So yeah, definitely, like you said, and like they said in the chat, definitely could see some selling down to my level. So there could definitely be some profits being made on the way down. I'm just kind of looking at it from the higher time frame. But yeah, that's gold there. And when it comes to silver, so yeah, again, silver is a +7 for me. When I got into this trade yesterday, I looked at this swing low here on a little bit smaller time frame, and then this swing high. So of course I plotted my curve analysis on there, and then I ended up getting in. Actually, I used that 4-hour demand, so I ended up getting in right here on this red candle down before the spike up that we had. Cleared these highs, so that showed that this was a pretty strong zone because it cleared that high. And then, of course, a little bit of rise in volume on the way up. I wish that volume were higher, to be quite honest with you. So if for some reason this zone doesn't work out, I do have another one a little lower on a smaller time frame. Got this 1-hour demand hiding down here. So basically a zone on top of a zone. This is very similar, Michael, to that gold trade I took, 2 days ago on a smaller time frame. Remember, I took that initial 15-minute demand, and then I had the 30-minute demand underneath. So I essentially put my stop loss below the lower. So on a higher time frame, that's kind of the mindset, but it's not going to play out most likely because, again, if I get a drop in silver, by the time the intraday session moves on, it's going to be time to close ahead of that summit anyway. So,
for sure.
Yeah, but hey, listen, since it's hit that zone, I mean, look at these tails that we're getting. It just keeps getting rejected. 1, 2, 3, 4 tails, 5 tails. So I like that. I love that when price comes down, it's immediately getting bought up and pushed up. I just would prefer that it just hurries the hell up and gives me a move up, so I can at least take some type of small profit. You know what I mean? Up in this area. But because currently, I'm currently a little bit of a drawdown. I think it's like $10 or $12 on the GUI Trades account, and a little bit higher on my other account. Because remember, this is a trade that I added to my main brokerage as well. So that one's currently sitting minus 450-ish, 450. So yeah, just hoping to get a little bit of a push out, get me to a cup of coffee or something like that. That's really kind of the goal. Just kind of micromanage this thing throughout the day.
See what happens with it for sure.
Yeah, exactly. That is it. So let me just double check that. Good afternoon from Cambodia, says FX Manager. Well, hello.
Cambodia.
Nice to see you. Yeah, I feel like that might be a newer name. Yeah, so FX Manager, as we tell everybody, let us know if you have any charts you want us to look at, any news, any questions on strategies, anything of that nature. And we're going to be in here till 7:15 a.m. Central Standard Time here in the U.S., so 8:15 a.m. New York. So we got quite a bit of time left here. We'll definitely be taking a break at 5 a.m. Central Standard Time. Okay, it's about 15 minutes. Gives us a chance to caffeine up, grab us a Scooby snack,
right.
slap ourselves around, throw some water on the face, and come back at it for another couple hours. So, yeah. Right. So welcome once again from Cambodia, and we're here for you. So anybody else in the chat, same thing. Let us know if there's any other things we can look at for you. Just want to double check. Selling drop gold bullish. EUGU. Okay, Christian. So yeah, looks like you want to look at euro dollar, pound dollar. We'll definitely take a look at that as well. In fact, I think so. Both of those actually, pound dollar, euro dollar, they were on my bullish list yesterday, but it looks like both of them have actually fallen off for the time being.
Oh, really?
Pound dollar. Yeah. So as always, everybody, especially the newer people, when I add up all the economic data, the sentiment data, the technicals, it gives me a score if items have beaten expectations or missed expectations. So 5 or higher is a bullish signal. Minus 5 or lower is a bearish signal. So when it comes to euro dollar and a pound dollar, they're actually giving me a score of a 4, both of them together. So it's literally just 1 point below jumping onto my bullish radar. Again, it was on there yesterday, but it's a very dynamic list, and things are constantly evolving, constantly changing. And I love it that way, because what's bullish today could very well be bearish tomorrow or the day after. I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
Just from a couple pieces of fundamental data. So, a lot of people look at the most recent economic report and they look at that like that's the end all be all. I just added in amongst these other 8, 9, 10 items and look at it in a basket, right? Look at it as a basket so that I'm not making too crazy of decisions based off of one report. In the intraday session, and if you're a scalper, that makes total sense. I just like to look at it from a 30,000-foot view when it comes to the longer-term trades. But yeah, definitely as a scalper, as a very short-term intraday trader, yeah, I mean, that makes or breaks your day, right? So yeah, just wanted to update you on there. But yeah, let's take a look at it on a chart nevertheless.
See what it looks like.
Euro dollar. Take a look-see. All right, so let's see. We're on a 1 hour, so let's just go all the way back out to a daily. Obviously, we've been in an uptrend for a while. we have had some pullback over the last month and a half. Just kind of this. So this is the kind of price action that confuses a person, right? Higher high, higher low, higher low, higher high, higher low, lower high, lower low. So the first attempt at rounding the corner, to the downside.
Didn't make it.
And then currently we've actually bounced into this overhead supply zone, which is that last green candle up before this big spike down, which created the lower lows, because this was a low point over here as well. So that's a point of interest for me. Well, that's where we're currently at, right? Price kind of wicked in. Let me take off my drawings for a second. Yeah, so price wicked in that zone right there, and then obviously we had a strong bearish candle yesterday before the Thursday to Friday changeover. Mm-hmm. Well, today, really after 6 p.m. yesterday, my time, the Friday candle, it's just kind of filled up. It's kind of went up over 50% of the Thursday candle. So what's the volume been looking like? Less volume. Obviously, this was overnight here in the States, these two candles here on a 4-hour time frame. But then now we're getting this candle here. So going to be interesting to watch. Wouldn't surprise me if this turns into a kind of a range-bound candle, because a lot of people are going to be sitting on their hands, obviously, knowing this summit's coming out, knowing retail sales is going to come out. If we get a more neutral retail sales number, yeah, it very well could just range. Now, if we get a crazy retail sales number, way high or way low, then obviously that could change the game, at least until the intraday session ends. I mean, that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. But as far as do we have a play today? Well, if you had held a gun to my head and I had to buy or sell, I definitely would be a buyer, because, again, fundamentally, sentimentally, it's given me a +4 score. So not quite bullish, but definitely far from bearish. So let's see here. Going down to a 1-hour time frame. So I do see we have this nice looking little, I've already drawn it in. So this demand zone down here. Okay, so that's a potential. In fact, I still have an alert set there, because by the time price gets down, it very well could switch back to a bullish narrative, right? And then I'd be buying a discount down here at the 1.1611 level. But if we kind of dig down a little deeper, 30, yeah, so that's definitely my favorite spot. But if you were wanting to drill down into a smaller time frame, I mean, you got this recent leg up now, albeit during the Asian session, which is obviously less volume, right? So, but when the European, or I should say when the European session opened, it's, let's see, started down here. That's 2 a.m. Central Time, my time. Nice spike up. Looks like it's definitely trying to move up for the day, right? So 15 minutes. Okay. Maybe this candle right here, that might be a decent spot to get in if you're looking at a short-term trade. Because this is a red candle down before a rather decent spike up on pretty decent volume. And that's right at the start of the European session. So Europe open.
Of course it is.
Yeah, Europe. These are the trades, Michael, we were missing when we were doing day shift, right?
Yeah.
So again, I could see price returning and breaking these lows, collecting this liquidity. All these people in here buying. Look at that strong buying pressure. Every time price went down, the buyers kept stepping in, right? Same thing here. Buyers stepping in. So liquidity here, these buyers here, more than likely are putting their stop losses right in this demand zone. So, if you're looking for a quick scalp, again, we're not a signal service. We're here for educational and entertainment purposes only. We're not financial analysts, but, that wouldn't be a horrible spot to place a trade, just to collect you, a handful of pips. So I'm going to put an alert on it because I might do it myself. That's more of that opening range breakout, right, for the London session. I mean, I'm no
That
professional
was
ORV
spot.
strategy, but that's not a bad spot to do it. So I'm gonna put an alert, and hell, we'll give it a chance. We might give it a shot here. So hopefully that helps you out a little bit on the EU, Christian. And then you also asked about the GU, the pound US dollar. It's probably gonna look fairly similar. Now the thing that I'm a little cautious on pound dollar is the fact, and in fact, let me see euro dollar. Yeah, so it's the same thing as the euro dollar. So remember, both of these are bouncing into a daily supply. So that yellow box I draw, that's always my daily or higher supply and demand zones. I want to see where the larger support and resistance areas are to see where price could potentially hit and then bounce the opposite way. Because especially on the higher time frames, and this is coming straight from a trader friend of mine on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. He would see the physical orders and have to go and make those orders happen, and they would constantly bounce from supply zone to demand zone like a ping pong ball. So when you look at it on a chart, it's just a good idea to know where those zones are. So currently we're chewing through it, which is good if you're a bull, right? But hasn't really closed. It hasn't really closed yet above those zones. So there's the pound dollar. If I just zoom in, right, take off my drawings, okay, the top of this, it has wicked through it, but it's just not yet closed above it. So I'll feel better about it if it just actually closes above it. Most likely all these unfilled orders are gone anyway because, again, price went all the way through. But it just makes me feel a little better if I'm trying to buy this market knowing that price actually closed above that zone. Because that would show me any of these zones on a smaller time frame must be pretty strong if they're strong enough to push through and close through a higher time frame zone. So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, just going back to that 15-minute time frame, because I think that's where we were looking at the euro dollar as well, right? Yeah. So remember, we got the euro dollar demand zone here. Pound dollar, yeah, it's not really the same picture. I'm just going to move this daily supply out of my way over here. Yeah, it's just not really as pretty. Now, maybe go down to a 5. Okay. So we did have this little spot here. Let me get rid of my master pattern indicator. So price has already bounced under the proximal line of this demand zone. You can see right here, and moved up. So that pretty much tells me it's been mitigated, very, very little, but that takes away a little of the luster of this demand zone now for me personally, because it already hit and it's already moved up. Now it's not moved up far, but it's moved up, to the top of this little swing high, this miniature swing high on the smaller time frames. So yeah, I mean, it very well could come in here like it is now and go a little deeper into this zone, collect some unfilled orders, and push up. I just personally would be cautious about it. I'm not going to mess with it, but that's fine. We got more zones. We got more spots to look. This stuff isn't moving fast enough for me. Okay, that's just not really moving that fast. And that's on a 10-minute. Let's go look at this zone on a 5-minute. Actually, ooh, that's okay. So this might present a little bit better of an RR opportunity. Remember, price hit when we incorporated this candle for a 10-minute demand. Okay, this is where the subjectivity comes in.
Right? Because you just never know. It can do both.
Yeah. So here's what ultimately helps me decide if I want to stick to the 10-minute option or the 5-minute option. It all has to do with the VSA candle down underneath. So what do I mean by that? So that 5-minute candle before that spike up, that big spike up, okay, that is this yellow candle right down here. So let's look at the candle to the left, which would have been the 10-minute candle. Okay, it's going to be this green candle here. So that's an average VSA candle. I know that because it's colored green. Anytime you see a green candle under the volume spread analysis, that means average volume relative to the last X amount of periods, X amount of candles. So when I see that candle was green, I give it a little less credence. When I see the 5-minute candle is yellow, that tells me that I need to be giving that one a little more credence, a little more of a focus, because it's obviously bigger than the candle to the left and it's yellow. So yeah, that's probably a little more attractive of an option. Now, the only thing that's the downfall is it's such a small range when you look at the zone overall. You're talking 4 pips, right? So if you were to take like a smaller trade on this, 5-minute time frame, definitely you'd be wanting to incorporate a little more wiggle room with your stop loss. So, maybe add in another 3 pips, make it a 7 or an 8 pip range, right? But again, you're just going for small trades anyway. You're not going for 50 pips on this. You might just be going for 10 pips, 12 pips, something like that. Hell, even 8 pips, 7 or 8 if you just want to go for a quick 1-to-1 scalp. Right. So, and then the other thing too is what's the volume doing once the candle is coming into the zone? Well, we're on a 5-minute. What's a 1-minute looking like? Keep in mind, this is the early part of the European session, so you should start to see some volume coming in. Okay, 1-minute time frame. Zoom in a little bit. It's just a good idea to kind of zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. What are the other recent candles looking like as we're making this increase right here? Okay, we're getting some yellow spikes, but once price has hit this zone, nothing real major yet. You don't see these VSA candles going 2x or 3x the candles beside it, so it's not really tickling my fancy just yet. Right? I'm not seeing any big whales or any big buyers or anybody coming into this. And they're probably not, because they tend to stay to the higher time. Right? They tend to stay to the higher time frames. But you can still get an understanding of institutional activity just by looking at a 1-minute chart. When you start seeing big yellow and big red candles, that's where chances are that's some institutional activity. They might just be starting to do their accumulation, right? Or their distribution if it's on the opposite side. So,
right.
But yeah, that's, ladies and gentlemen, that's how I get around the fact that there's no centralized volume in currency trading, in Forex trading, because there's not a volume bar I can truly watch. They're really only good broker to broker. But you can go to the VSA indicator, the volume spread analysis. Volume, where's it at? Volume spread right here. Volume spread for VSA. And that essentially shows you the amount of activity that's happening in that time frame, or within that candle. So anyway, hope that helps. Hope that makes sense. And then obviously, sell before you hit this overhead supply, which I've drawn. It's already been chewed through, but smaller time frame, still could see another bounce down to the downside. Sell up here, sell up here. You really kind of have a range. About a 8, 10, 12 pip range. So yeah, I'm personally going to avoid it, but wouldn't be a horrible spot. 10-minute has more clarity, FXJ. Yeah, that's totally fine. I mean, everybody sees things different. Everybody sees things different. I assume you might have been talking about the euro dollar. Well, either one, really. Yeah. What you see on a 10-minute time frame, maybe I see better on a 5, or maybe Michael sees better on a 15. Yeah, that's where the subjectivity comes in, right?
And that's what makes the market right there.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Oh shoot, I hit the wrong button. Yeah, what else we got? Yeah, keep the questions and thoughts coming, ladies and gents. Remember, you're Coach Richard today, in his lack of presence for the day. So,
right, you guys are hearing his stead.
Yep, that's it. That's it. What do you got, Michael? Are you looking at any other things at the moment?
Man, I'm looking at this gold trade. I just do not like the way this candle closed. It makes me think that it's trying to do exactly what I said. It's gonna make that last pass at this 200. I mean at that 50 really quick. In fact, let's pull up my screen and kind of show it.
Okay.
We get my screen up here back in.
Yeah.
This
Get
is
Michael's.
close as it can get. Yeah, see. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and take a small position on this.
F it. It's Friday.
Because this thing is right here, right? I got my stops at 33.50, so decent size up here. If this comes back and swings and then comes back down, like I knew that, I knew that could happen.
Hindsight's always
Right?
right.
And what I always say is, this is mainly because of this right here. I would much rather have seen some actual wicks touch this 50 MA here, not just the body. I mean, I'm sorry. I want to see some body touch this area here, not just some. We got like 2-3 wicks that just kind of nicked it. And then this last candle, I would have much rather it closed below this area. You see, it went down but it pulled back. We still got the close below the 13, but yeah, it's not everything I would have really wanted. So, just position on this. Let's see, because yeah, this totally has the possibility to swing one more, but it's so clean. The setup is still so clean. Everything else is just pretty freaking nice. So yeah, they are funny for that. They could have just easily. Why you always got to be messy? They could have easily just closed down here, you know, made it
Those
nice and
filthy
simple.
animals.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
quantitative easing.
Yes, they're quantitatively
That's
easing
it.
right now. Like it's so funky.
Such a
I'm gonna put
scam
something right
word.
here.
Oh
Right.
man.
Check this out.
Check this out.
All right. I do want to know when it gets right here for sure.
Yeah.
If it closes below this
Pretty well.
area, I will add the other half on. I'm only
Add it
in
on.
this on a quarter, a small position, like a quarter. So
All right. So that would you'd put
yeah,
your other 75% on down there.
if it
Is
closes
that what
below
you
this
said?
point, yeah, yeah.
Oh, if it
But it needs
closes,
to
okay.
close below here. Yeah, because yeah, this is the R on this trade is ridiculous. So I really don't want to let it go, but I still want it to look a certain way before you get it. It got everything else too. We already below, on a 4-hour chart, So this looks really
No.
good, and this definitely has the possibility to continue lower. But man, that last candle close, that pullback was nasty. um,
Oh, you so naughty. You so naughty,
yeah,
gold.
they so funny for that. Like, why? Like, we gonna confuse the hell out of them even more. Watch this. They probably in the back laughing.
Yep.
Probably in the back laughing.
Big brother watching everybody's trade.
Yep. Well, cool, guys. As usual, we just got word from back in that we will be doing another 10K challenge giveaway
Whoop.
as usual for this Friday, right? Um, and yeah, guys, this is going towards anyone new here, right? Unfortunately, if you have already gotten a free account before, we are spreading the love, guys. So for all the new people, I think we got one or two. I don't remember seeing FX manager name here either from
Yeah.
Cambodia. So if you still here, make sure you hang around and yeah, make sure you're following all the instructions here to get this account, which would be to go ahead and lock all the channels here. Make sure you follow us and make sure you guys keep commenting, right?
Yep.
So if you guys got any markups you want us to do, all that good stuff, so we can get this free account here.
Yep. This channel, the Hola Prime Global. Yeah,
Yes.
both channels. And one thing I
And
heard,
then
one thing I did hear
the
last.
thing is to make sure your names and your emails in the bio. That's where a lot of people mess up at, because I think we tried to pick somebody
Yeah.
yesterday and we couldn't. Right?
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah. A lot of days.
Yeah.
Been having a lot. Yeah, here we go. Here's the instructions on
Right.
screen coming up. There you go.
Guys. So yeah, make sure you subscribe to both Hola Prime and Hola Prime Global. That's the first thing to do. Next up, obviously, come on this live session. Hey, Manuel Trades, what's going on? And then
What's
three
going
guys,
on?
everybody. It appears to me as though step 1 and step 2 is pretty easy to do for some reason, but when it gets to that step 3, making sure your email is in the actual YouTube bio so we can contact you guys, that seems to be the trip up you guys are having. So definitely want to make sure that is happening so we can actually reach out to you and get you your account. That's like winning the lottery and never having a lottery ticket and just never claiming your prize.
Right.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
That is it. And we had a
So,
good.
Yeah,
We did have a good. We did have a good thing come up last night. So if you happen to, because we had one person that was asking about winning, but they'd already won. Well, he had won a futures account, but he trades Forex. So if you guys run into that situation where maybe you want a Forex account, but you want futures, or maybe you want a futures account, but you trade Forex, just get in with our customer service and let them know, and they can most likely switch you out for the opposite. Okay, we don't want you to trade on an account if you're not a futures trader, or obviously if you're not a Forex trader, which most likely everybody in here is a Forex trader, right? Because we hence the name of the show. But I'm just saying, if you get an account that you didn't plan on trading most often, then yeah, just let our customer service know. So go to holaprime.com. It's our website, and you can get with our customer service on there. Request that they swap you out, and they could probably help you out with that. Just ask them, pretty please, with a cherry on top, and they could probably help you out with that. But also the Discord, our Discord channel, it's starting to grow. So on holaprime.com, our website, you'll see a join Discord button at the very top. Click that and join our Discord. You click that button, it'll say accept invite from Discord, and then you can hop onto our channel there as well, onto the Discord. So we got a lot of cool stuff brewing up there. A lot of resources tabs. I throw periodic chart markups on there, some book resources, and then just our fun, happy, healthy banter, right, back and forth about opinions on trade. So definitely go on there and subscribe to that as well. And that's a 24/7. There's always somebody on there chatting and sharing stuff between the coaches, us coaches, as well as obviously all of you guys and gals on the chat and in the community. So that's a community for you, and then we're there to help as well for any questions that you have outside of our normal streaming hours, right? So yeah, definitely check that out and let us know if you need help on anything.
Awesome.
Hello to Tanaka. Hello.
Hey, good morning. All right, looks like we got a few new names here, right? Nice. Well, yeah, cool. Let's jump back into it. Yes, I'm not gonna sit here and watch this damn thing all day. This is gonna drive me crazy.
Right. Yeah, the silver's driving me nuts too.
And I want to know when it gets right here. And from there, I'm not gonna watch this no more. I just want to see what's happening. All right. Cool. Something else I was looking at was USD CAD. USD CAD is supposed to have, not supposed to, but should have this nice bounce here. Let's see if we can get this bounce off of this 50 EMA here. It's basically the same exact move, funny enough, as gold, just going the other way around, right? So we got this 5,200 cross here. So we know we are in level 2. Right. And then next up, we're looking for a type of pattern off the 200, which we have right here. All right. We got this W structure going long. After that, the move will be off the 50. Remember, 5,200 crosses, you're looking for the move off the 200. After that, and it makes this run up, the next pullback area, you're looking for some type of structure off the 50. All right, so I'll be looking for something like this going higher. In fact, let me delete all of this stuff. Let's see, I can't even really get it now. All of this is going the other way, basically. Let's see. All right, so we're looking for this bounce off this area. And let's see what this would end up being. Yeah, not too bad at all. Nice 2 for 1. Right? This is exactly what we're looking for. Obviously, keeping note of the news and also these meetings going on. So let's just be mindful of that. But yes. Let's see here. So yeah, it'll be looking for something like this for sure. Cool. So from here, yeah, that would be that next move. Yeah, maybe we get something. Again, if it does set up, you still want to be careful with this because we got a lot going on. But this would look something like that, right? This is nice too because the market baseline is already above the RSI line and the signal line. All we need to do is run on up. Then, of course, want to check the 4-hour chart. And as you can see, we're already above the 13 EMA, so we are good there.
Right. On up, right, left.
Yes.
Oh, you're welcome, Tanaka, for the Discord link. Tanaka, where are you from? Where are you from? We'd like to know where everybody's from. Let us know if you have any assets, any charts, or anything you want us to mark up, look at for you, with you. And yeah, we're here if you need any help. If you have any questions on anything, brother.
Yep. That was pretty much it on those two. Let me see this silver. On this silver, was still kind of looking for something also. I wanted this to set up because it's kind of the same thing. Once again, got the 5,200 cross. You got this W structure that went long. The next move would be this bounce. However, I don't like it anymore because we got this 5,200 cross to the downside. I don't like that. I would much rather it just have not done that and would have just made this bounce move off of here.
Thorn in my side. That's being a pain. It's being a mule. It's annoying. I'm in this trade. I'm about ready to cut it just because it's going nowhere. The only reason, Michael, I'm giving it credence is because I am getting all those wicks underneath. I definitely like that. If you look at it on an hour. Oh yeah, you're on the hour. All those wicks underneath. That's the only reason I have any faith in this thing at the moment. Because every time price goes down, it gets pushed back up like crazy. So who knows, right? What do you guys in the chat think? Is my silver trade going south? Am I getting a stop loss hit? Or is something going to intervene and push it up? Piece of news or something. I'm definitely keeping an eye on the news outlets on the side just to see if I get anything negative. Good or negative. But
right. Yep. Yeah, this definitely would have, because now again, I don't want the move to happen off the 200, right? The first move to happen off the 200 like this, and then another move happens off the 200. I don't want it to be like that. I want the next move to be higher, right? First move is off the 200, second move is off the 50, right? I would have wanted to do something like this and never really touch this 200, right? If anything, something where this area is pretty much support and resistance. But now we get into a whole nother territory all the way down here. I don't really like that. So
Yeah.
not really feeling silver too much more. Gold, of course, is going the other way because I got in it.
Did you just let's see here, Tanaka from Botswana? Okay, welcome. Tanaka's asking about euro dollar. So I actually went over it just a little bit ago, Tanaka. You can always either rewind that at some point. Otherwise, Michael, if you would like to show euro dollar from your perspective.
Yeah, 100%. I was going to get there.
Yeah, we can help them out.
EU.
Tanaka there.
Yeah. See, EU is nice too. What is this? Money trade. See, this is what I was looking for yesterday. Same exact trade, right? Literally all three of these are the exact same trade. It's the bounce off the 50 after the structure off the 200, right? So once again, 5,200 cross, you're in level 2. And then, of course, from there, you're looking for that W structure off the 200, right? Something like this, which, again, smashed this trade this week. This is my trade of the week.
Yeah.
But after that, I was looking for the move off the 50. You see, like this bounce, something like that going higher. This thing has come all the way back down and touched the 200 again. I don't like this. Now, again, I'm not saying it won't go long, but that's just not a setup for me. I would have wanted to take this nearly right somewhere right there. 5,200 cross, so that off the 200.
That W on the 12th there, does that qualify as a half a bet for you?
Absolutely, it does.
Okay.
Yep. And reason being is
Batman lost his ear.
Exactly. You got the first leg down here, and the second one is all the way up here. Now, if I measure this, it's probably close, but I don't want it to be too far off. Right? This is 15 pips. I like it 7 to 10 pips or lower. I don't like it at 15 pips. Right? See, now we do have that. Now what I need is price to close above this area right here. Right? These two candles here. And as you see, that's exactly what it did. This huge candle came up, retested this area, and that was it. That was all she wrote. This was a nice trade, nice pullback. Everything about this was nice. I mean, you got to you got to TP pretty quickly, right? Literally in three candles, you got it in 1 candle, 2 candle. The third candle with this huge wick up here, this took you right to TP. Smashed it. Right? Next move in the cycle.
TP smash.
TP smashed, you know it.
FXJ, we'll definitely look at the Dow and the S&P and the NASI as well. We'll definitely look at that. Yep. We'll put that up next after the euro dollar Michael's going to look at here. Yeah.
And this is something, too, I want to point out, right? This is what I always say when I say outside the band, inside the band, right? So the chart said, hey, the bounce move was happening right off this 50 here. You would have thought to take this trade right here. However, remember I always say you can't take the trade that's outside the band like this because it doesn't end up going. So the fact that this was outside the band is letting me know that was not the move to take. I would have wanted to wait for a second pass, right here,
Mm-hmm.
right? Then go higher. I would
Right.
have took it there. And that second move would have been inside the band. But the fact that it wasn't and it never happened, stayed out of this bad trade. People got jammed up with this. They saw this, took it, and got smashed in 2 hours. You definitely got taken out on this candle. Definitely.
Because they bought on the V, right? Is that your definition of the V?
Yep, this is one leg. This is what I always say.
One
This
leg.
is not
It's
only
not two
is it
legs.
just the V. Yep.
Yeah.
That's why you can't take the V's because this happens.
Avoid the V's,
Goodbye.
everybody.
That's exactly what I said. I want to see two passes
Yep.
at this bad boy, not just one. Right? Once again, you had all outside the band, outside the band. Remember, it's outside the band, inside the band. So there was two. The chart said hell no, and the TDI said hell no. And look what happened.
Yeah.
Got crushed quickly.
So double hell no. No. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep. US 30. Let's look at US 30. Cool.
Some indice action. Yeah.
USD, US
action.
30 is high. Yeah, this is really high for me. So I wouldn't really want to touch this until it did something like this. You see, we got the 5,200 cross. This lets me know that we are in level 2. Right. And on top of that, once the 5,200 cross, notice that price has not touched this 200 EMA at all yet. So for me, I am looking for price to come back down here. Give me that W structure off this 200 EMA and then go back up to the upside. All right. Simultaneously, the market baseline will go below this static here. Kind of curve back around. Give me that reload. All right. Gotta have the reload. Because come on. All right, there we go. And then that move that I will be interested in will look something like to the upside, something like this.
Now, do you have a preference how far down price goes to form that double bottom or the bottom of your W? Or did you just
Nah.
kind of drop it?
Yep. As long as the 50 and the 200 doesn't cross back to the downside, I'm fine with it. It could be down. This W could be down here. Could look something like that. It can even come all the way down here. As long as these two don't cross.
Okay. But it could be even higher than that even. Is that right too?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
it can be higher, but I would still want both legs to touch this 200. Both of them.
Oh, to touch the 200. Oh, okay. I got you now.
Yep. Kind of how we got, if you think about it, if we look at EU, right? This leg touches the 200. So you got the 5,200 cross. This leg touches the 200, and then this leg touches the 200. I want to see both of these legs touching the 200 with the reload. Goes above, then it's good.
That makes sense.
Right,
no, I was just curious because I was just asking because I was kind of keeping an eye on the 44,800 level, which is kind of a demand area. It's not the best looking. Yeah, but you personally like to see it. Yeah, like you said, go down to the 200.
Yeah.
So,
because to be honest, I mean, if this keeps going, this is going to end up. You see, the 200 is going to end up continuing that way anyway. So it could easily get to that point. Yeah,
with a little more time, obviously. Yeah.
Yep. So maybe something like over here. This probably will be that same area.
Yeah. Right? Okay. So something like that would probably shape up, by Monday. Monday or Tuesday. Okay.
Exactly.
No, that's cool. So you definitely want the 200 touch. I got you. No, that makes total sense.
Definitely. Anytime the 5,200 cross, the next thing I'm looking for is price to touch the 200. If it doesn't, it's a pass for me.
Yep. FXJ agrees.
Too
high.
In that cycle.
Pass.
Yeah.
Puff, puff, pass.
In that cycle that I draw, It's always that has to occur basically, right? And that move will end up being this one right here. This is the level 2. Within here, this definitely is touching the 200. Both legs. Now, if one leg touches it and the other one misses it, and it's a half a bat, I'll consider it, depending on how clean it is. Maybe I won't put my full position on it, but it definitely won't be exactly how I would technically want it. Like, not picture perfect by far.
Yeah.
Right, but cool. US 30, we know over EU, SPY.
I think you want it.
SPY probably gonna look the same. Yep. So you see, I already have this even drawn in already. Right. Same exact thing. We got the 5200 cross. Right now, as I mentioned, once the 5200 cross, I want to see price touch the 200. This does not count. And the reason being that this does not count is after this cross, this yellow market baseline is still above this static. So there's no reload that has happened.
No reload.
So I'm not interested in that. This clearly didn't touch it. So I'm not interested in that either. So in essence, I'm still waiting for this to come down. Give me that pattern off the 200. Right, with this reload happening. And that'll look something like this. All right, so I'll take it if it looks like this.
That's a good one. Wow, 4.
That's a hell of a good one. Yeah.
That's a fat payday right there. 4.1.
Mm-hmm.
4.
Yeah. This could be a banger. So absolutely.
Hell to the yeah. I'm gonna keep an eye on that myself.
Yeah, this could, right. This could definitely be a banger. So SPX. Yeah, we might as well go over NAS since we went over the other two.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Same
Yeah,
exact
because
thing.
a lot of your trades are what would you say on average you're looking at like 1.5, 2 to 1, stuff like that. Maybe just overall average. When you get a 3 to 1, especially a 4 to 1, I'm gonna write that down for myself too. Taking notes.
Yep. Like, oh, if this one's set up, you gotta take this one because the R to R is just ridiculous. Right?
Yeah.
So you gotta grab it. Let's see. What else? Yeah, so 5200 cross. Next thing we're looking for, of course, again, is that W off the 200. Right? Some type of move, some type of pattern off this area. Right? With the reload, of course. Same exact thing. Now, obviously, the R to R is not as good, but still, this is still the move I will be looking for. Right? So yeah, definitely want to look for something just like that. So yeah, all three of those are pretty high on the Richter scale. Definitely want to be careful with them.
The Richter scale.
But yeah, we got crude. We can touch crude really quick.
Sure.
Same thing. 5200 cross. I was making fun of somebody about this, and I was like, "Why do you keep saying 800, 200 cross?" I'm like, "I never mentioned that cross." Like, you're gonna confuse yourself by keep pointing this out. I'm like, dude, I don't pay attention to that. I have the 800 on there for support and resistance areas, not for crosses. How I do with the 200 and the 50 and the 13. Right, so I had to beat that into his head. Like, dude, just stop worrying about that. Right. But yeah, so same thing with crude, which again, yeah, I highly doubt this sets up. Highly.
Oil actually
never do.
It actually it actually jumped back onto my bearish setups at a -6. That one's been jumping on and off like the last few days. It'll be on for a day. It'll jump back off, back on, back off. But yeah, it's back to -6, and understandably so, because again, a lot of this stuff is because of the summit, and obviously, yeah, people just prepping,
Yeah.
prepping for the potential worst. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Obviously, depending on how the outcome of the summit goes, that could definitely drop it back to neutral. But for now, anyway.
Yep.
U.S. oil. Cool. Well, we got 20 minutes, ladies and gents, in the chat. 20 minutes. We'll be taking a quick 15-minute break at that point. So yeah, just keep the questions coming. The different assets you want to take a look at. Yeah, this is all for you. So let us know how we can help. Let us know how we can help you learn this or that. Okay, we're here for you. I'll be taking a look into some other alerts that I've got set here shortly. We'll let Michael get through the rest of these indices, and but yeah,
Sweet.
Spur of the moment. So just give us your thoughts. We'll be here.
Yeah. And cool. I'll go through this Bitcoin and I'll pass it on over to you. Yeah, Bitcoin is its own monster for sure.
Tanaka just asked you a question, Michael. A book reference. What do you think about that? I think you'll like that question.
Man, I can't lie. I'm like, not to even be cliche about it, but I'm like huge on the Trade in the Zone. I like the Trade in the Zone by Mark Douglas, and I like the One Good Trade with Bella.
Well, he asked you.
Those are really
specifically. Really... Yeah, no, he's asking specifically about reminiscences of a stock up.
Oh, so I have that in my library, and I haven't even finished listening to it. So that's so interesting that you even say that.
Well. Well, I have. I have already listened to it, and it is awesome, Tanaka. It is awesome. It takes you back into the old days, the bucket shop days, right? The more underground trading that they used to do in this.
Right.
You can call it like the speakeasy type of an era, right? A lot of shady stuff, Michael. A lot of shady stuff happened back then. Since they weren't very regulated, if at all, I don't even think. But yes,
right.
Highly recommend to go read it, go listen to it in an audiobook. And Michael, you need to get on it too. Finish listening to it because it's pretty cool.
For sure. For sure.
But the best part about it is the book takes place in like a fictional type of a setting. Now it's based off a true story, but what I'm saying is it's made into a really cool story. Not like just it's not just like an informational book, a how-to book. It's nothing like that, but it's this guy's life put into a story format. So it's really good, really good, really good. Highly advised. Go listen to it. Go watch it. Go read it. They need to make a movie after that book, in my opinion.
Oh, wow. Really?
Or if they have, I need to figure it out. I don't know. Oh, gosh. I'm writing that down. It just sounded so good listening to it on audiobook. I'm like, they need to make a movie out of this. Maybe they have, and I just don't know about it. Or even just like a documentary or something.
Say something.
By the way, kudos. Do what?
Say something cool about it. Do a quick documentary, a little teleseries, or something.
Oh yeah. By the way, kudos on spelling that. I was just gonna give kudos to Tanaka. Yeah, that's one of those tough words to spell, and I'm a big guru on spelling and grammar and punctuation. So even I had to sit back and think about that word for a second. I'm like, nope, Tanaka nailed it. Good stuff. Yeah.
No, I'm the opposite. Me and you the opposite. You the speller, I'm the person.
Yeah. I don't know why. I mean, I never was a big fan of school when I was in school, but for whatever reason, when it came to language arts and English class, all that, I always had straight A pluses. That was my thing. Now, don't ask me to do algebra or a lot of the, complex math problems, because I was horrible at that stuff. I had C- grades in math, and I was stoked. I was beyond happy. Like, just give me a passing grade. But
Right.
and my sisters are the exact opposite. They couldn't spell their way out of a wet paper bag, but yet they could definitely do all the. So it's just quite the opposite.
No, for
I always
sure.
heard, Michael. What do you think? I've always heard that if you're good at math, you're not the greatest at spelling, or if you're great at spelling, you're not the best at math. Have you ever heard that? Is there any credence to that?
I mean, yeah, and really funny enough, like I totally agree with it, because we are total opposites in that part. Growing up, when I was in school, all my subjects, my favorite subjects were always math. My math teachers loved me. I was the kid who literally in math class, where if the other kids couldn't figure it out, he just waved me up there. He knows I know how to do it. He wanted me to go up there in front of the class and do the problem for everybody. I didn't raise my hand or anything, because literally I was great in math growing up in school. That was something that actually drew me to trading. Like, I'm pretty good with math, the numbers and everything. So, but yeah, language arts and spelling, I'm like, wait, how do you spell receive again? Is it I before E, or wait, how do you spell convenience? How do you spell
I before
decision? I'm like, man.
I before E, except after C. See, now you're into my playground. I got this.
Yeah. So it's funny enough, I ask my girl all the time, I'm like, hey, how do you spell? Because she actually won the spelling bee. We make jokes about this all the time. Like, she can spell really good. Like, really good.
Okay.
I'm like, yeah, that was never my strong suit. Seriously. Like, some words, I'm like, I've seen this 100 times, and I still can't remember how to spell this. I don't even get it. Like, one of my trouble words is convenience. It took me a long time to really realize how to spell Wednesday. It's just small words. It's like, why don't you know how to spell this? You're too old to not know how to spell this word. Like, I don't care. I can say it.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to words like Wednesday, like I always in my head just subconsciously kind of pronounce it the way it looks. So Wednesday is kind of how I.
Yeah.
Right. Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
it's just some of those words.
Yep. But yeah, back to the book real quick. The name of the author for Reminiscences of a Stock Operator is Edwin Lefevre. So that's the author. Maybe we could post a picture of that. I'll post a screenshot of it here in a minute. But yeah, awesome book. I can't recommend it enough. Excellent book. I'll probably do that when I get my chart back up here later. But yeah, so there's that. Yeah, FXJ, I'm the same. I mean, I have a bookshelf full of books over there that I've read, and I've got a lot of them I haven't read, but it's because I kind of got into the audiobooks as well. Audible is a really good one. That's the one that I've went on to. You pay like a $10 a month thing, like a subscription, and they'll give you a credit each month for like one of their premium books. But they have so many free ones on there that are still some pretty good quality. You can learn a lot from when it comes to trading or markets or business and money, people skills, life skills, anything really. Nonfiction, fiction.
That's literally what I use all the time. I don't know if you guys can really see this, but it's 96 books in this library.
Yeah. Okay. There it is at the very top. Reminiscence. What's the name of that app? Or what's that platform called?
This is Audible.
Oh, that's Audible. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's in Spanish, but it's Audible.
Yeah. I saw escucha. What other books out there? What other books in chat? What other books have you all been reading? We want to hear. What's a good book that you've read or listened to that's helped you out? Something we can recommend to the chat or recommend to us. I mean, I've read a lot of books. Michael's read a lot of books, but we're always open for a good title. So, maybe you have a good idea or thought of something that even we can check out, because we're students of the game right there with you. We're constantly evolving and learning as well. So, we're here to teach and coach, but we also learn from you guys as well. So, just let us know if you have any thoughts on book titles or anything. But yeah, I think I mentioned to you yesterday, I love just getting a book title and going on to YouTube and just plotting it in and typing in book summary of whatever, right? That's a good way of going to see if you like it. If you want to read a book.
It's worth it.
We did have a final tally on the vote, by the way, and in today's price action, what was your style? Looks like the scalping, the small moves actually won. So 53% of you did answer to the affirmative on scalping. 33% of you said staying flat and waiting. And then 13% said swing trading the trends. So we appreciate that. When it comes to the swing trading, just be careful. That's all I've got to say. By the time the New York intraday session closes, stuff could get hairy when it comes to that summit that's going on, right? So
big time. We
could very easily, Michael, I don't know what you think about this. We could very easily, depending on what they have to say, come in Sunday on the Sunday Open, Sunday for us here in the U.S., Monday for you guys across the pond. But we could very easily see some gap ups and some gap downs when the market's open. What do you think about that, Michael?
Oh yeah, like it's nothing, and especially on Bitcoin, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously it'll be
weekend to be trying to trades over the weekend.
Yeah. So if you're holding a swing trade open, definitely give it a lot of wiggle room and cut down your risk. That's my strongest suggestion. Okay, so because that's what I'm in right now. I mean, this silver trade, I opened up with the mindset of swinging it, but then I realized after I opened it, oh wait, you dummy, Trump and Putin are about to speak. That could blow your you know what up, your mierda.
Right.
So yeah, just be careful. But it looks like the bulk of you are what I would think would be on the right track. I answered scalping as well. But listen, if you just want to stay flat and wait, that's obviously the wisest idea, especially with retail sales coming out here in another, 2.5 hours. So good stuff. Good stuff. FXJ, you're a better man than I can't do. Yeah, he says he loves math, but was mediocre about it. Yep.
No, I mean, I used to be insane. Speaking of, I remember we used to play this game. Funny enough, I think we played them on Fridays, and it was like they would do the times tables from like, let's say 1 to 12. And they would move all the desks and play with the big stuff. Yeah, and like make a big circle, and like I guess like they'll do a flashcard. Let's say it's 6 times 6. Whoever can say 36 first, they go on to the next person. And the goal was to get around the entire circle, I guess, of kids and get back to where you started at. And whoever would win, they would get homework passes. Guys, we did this almost every Friday. I normally won every week that we played. I had so many homework passes that it got ridiculous.
Start selling them.
Oh man. I wasn't doing no homework. You can believe that. I had enough of everything.
Man. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
All for being a math. Well, then I definitely would have been doing homework every night because, we did a similar thing. Yeah, I grew up in Tennessee in in the 5th grade and 4th grade when we were doing all those types of games. And we did it for math class and we did it for, I think, history class or social studies class or something. But I was miserable on the multiplication. Like I got to pretty okay at it, but I was just never fast enough for the other kids. The other kids would always whip me.
Yeah.
I'd win like 1 or 2 or 3 times in a row, and
Yeah.
that was it. But when it came to the history and the social studies classes, answering certain questions on whatever topic, I seemed to be a lot better at that.
Right.
And I think we even did it in spelling class or English class too. I think that was the one I did pretty good at. That's when I realized, oh, I'm a lot better at language class than I am language arts than I am the math, because I'd make it around those types of circles as well on that. So yeah, it was pretty.
The only other memory I have from something like that is they would, and in the States they would do, what was it? Oh, okay. So it's all 50 states, and it's like the map of the United States, and they would take off the names, and it's like a blank map, and you have to like draw in the city, and no, you had to draw in the state, not the city, but you had to do the state. That was another game that we played. I was okay at that, like not the best. I always had trouble with the Northeast region, like where Philly and New York and Rhode Island and Connecticut, that little Northeast region up there got a little funky. Yeah, but I was pretty good at the rest of it.
Yeah, no, I was good at that one. The states and the capitals, I had all that nailed. It was kind of like remember the show Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego?
Yep, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego?
Carmen Sandiego, that's it. Yeah, I would always ace that one on watching that on TV when they did the states. I'd get tripped up in the other continents at the time. Let's see here. Yeah, FXJ, I agree. I think we visualize when we hear rather read. Yeah.
Yep.
That's it. So it's funny you say that, FXJ. So as much as I did not like math, I loved geometry, and I had an A+ in geometry, and it's because of the same things like what you said. It's because it's easy to visualize geometry. You can see it, which I think is why I really love trading. Because I love to see the charts. To me, this is geometry. Coach Richard, who will be back on Tuesday, by the way, he is always referring to market geometry. So I love it. Love it when he says that, because that's exactly what this is. Give me something visual, not something I have to compute as a math problem in my head. But yeah, no, good stuff. Geometry, because this is all. These charts is really what trading is just geometry. Patterns and all that kind of thing. So good stuff. We'll be going to break here in about another 2.5 minutes. But did you get everything out on the gold there? Did you kind of finish that one out?
Oh no, yeah, it's still just sitting here. I was really just trying to finish out Bitcoin, and I guess we can take our break.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, this one's. I'm not a person who shorts Bitcoin. Go ahead.
Yeah, just keep in mind. We're going to be dropping a 10K Forex account here probably within the next half hour or so, half hour to hour.
Yeah.
So yeah, just make sure and update your goodies there. Email address, like the 2 channels, and keep the comments coming. There you go. Hola Prime TV. That's the channel you're on now, as well as the Hola Prime Global channel, where we do featured trader stories, traders that have won accounts, traders that are working on getting their first payouts, traders that have gotten their first payouts, right? So really good resource over there so that you can see other traders just like yourself out there making it happen and getting and making money. So, and then comment on this session. Make sure your email is in your YouTube bio, most importantly, so that we can contact you to create your account. So just wanted to throw that out there one last time before Michael carries this on into break.
Yes. That's the most important part, guys. Just do those 3 steps. And especially step 3, make sure your email is in the bio. So you can actually pick somebody. All right. But really quick before we wrap it up here. Yeah, so we got this 5,200 cross to the upside. So I know I am in level 2. And then from there, we're just looking for that pattern, right? Off this 200. We got one leg over here, right? But we don't have a second one. We just got one leg. And you can tell it's
Just a
one
peg
leg
leg?
wide because it's outside. Yeah, just a peg leg. Because it's outside the band, right? There's no second leg. You need a second pass at this and then go to the upside.
Yeah.
That'll look something like this
That's
on the
right.
chart. The market baseline will come below here, make that reload, right? That's the move we be looking for to the upside, right? So if
Nope.
Bitcoin did something like this, I'd definitely grab it. Especially because I'm into buying gold. I don't want to. I'm sorry, I keep saying gold. I mean Bitcoin. I don't want to short Bitcoin, but I would definitely buy it. Right, this is almost a 1-for-2. So yeah, super, super nice setup. If this presents.
Right on. The important thing there is no V's, just W's.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right.
Well, guys, that is it for now. We will be right back with our break. Give us about 15 minutes. We'll give you guys some time to update your YouTube bios with your email if you haven't, so you guys can be entered in to win this 10K challenge accounts. Right? Once again, guys, subscribe to both Hola Prime and Hola Prime Global. Both those channels are awesome. Comment on this live session like you guys are doing. And again, guys, number 3, make sure your email is in your YouTube bio so we can actually contact you. That's how we reach out to you to give you the account. So if you don't have your email in your bio, make sure you do that. And we'll be back in 15 minutes.
All righty.
See you guys in a second.
All right.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime. But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts. See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game. I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset. Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present. Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too. This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill. Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for. Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Coach Richard Krugel is a leading force in the world of trading, recognized for his sharp technical analysis and dynamic market strategies. With years of hands-on experience, he has not only mastered the art of trading, but also dedicated his career to educating and empowering traders at all levels.
My $1 million advice to you would be, hello everyone, I'm Coach Richard, and I'm truly excited to join the incredible team at Hola Prime. It's an honor to be here, and I can't wait to contribute, collaborate, and grow with all of you. At the Hola Prime Academy, we empower traders by sharing strategies that actually work and deliver results time and time again.
Coach Richard's expertise spans multiple asset classes, and his in-depth market insights have helped countless traders refine their strategies and achieve consistent profitability. Known for his clear and practical teaching style, Coach Richard transforms complex concepts into actionable knowledge that traders can apply in real-time markets.
You can also catch me doing live trading on Hola Prime TV.
As a sought-after instructor and mentor, Richard has left a lasting impact on the global trading community. Now at Hola Prime, he brings his wealth of experience to equip traders with the tools and confidence needed to navigate the financial markets with precision. When you learn from Coach Richard Krugel, you're gaining more than just market knowledge. You're accessing the mindset and strategies of a trader who knows what it takes to succeed. Welcome to Hola Prime, where expertise meets opportunity.
My $1 million advice to you would be that trading requires skill. Never stop learning. The market constantly evolves. Let's conquer the markets together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Everybody, my name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Hola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money. So I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but competed national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets, and I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading as well, as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, you know, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You know, you can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method, it's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight, but it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops a discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Yo, yo.
All right, we are back. We are back.
Back. I was just letting the Discord chaps and chapettes know about our giveaway here happening within the next probably half an hour or so. We'll get an exact time for everybody in the chat here soon. Probably at the top of the hour, most likely. So we'll find out for sure and let you know. But yeah, within a half hour, 45 minutes, I'm guessing, to get you some caffeine.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I had to get my re-up.
Yeah, me too. I got me a C4 energy drink, so we're gonna start turning some cartwheels here in a few minutes.
Hey, about to be all up.
Turn up at 5 a.m. on a Friday for me, 5:17 a.m.
Oh man,
or for you
I
as
can't
well.
wait. Yep, same exact thing. Typically on Fridays we go to for lunch. We go to this beautiful spot here. It's one of our favorite restaurants. It's called Muelle Once. It's like Pier 11, right on the beach. They got great food. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. Super nice. Typically, by the time we get there, the sun just now coming out. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So I'm looking forward to my big breakfast. That's what I'm looking forward to. And my carajillo.
Some desayunos. Yeah, as soon as we finish, I'll be going to get my hair cut. So there's that.
Oh,
I'll be looking
Same.
quite different from this mess. The haircut,
I got
the beard, mustache, it's all going to get trimmed. I'll be a totally different looking person Monday when y'all see me, or Sunday evening as well.
Oh man, it's gonna be funny to see it.
Yeah.
Well,
my sister, my girlfriend, she's got this infatuation with the style of the Vikings. So we found this Viking haircut. So she wants me to get a little bit of a Viking. She's got this fetish with a Viking. So I guess I'm the test dummy. So anyway, I did the haircut. 2 haircuts ago I did that haircut, and then this last time I got more of a professional looking one. But yeah,
Right.
I decided it was too much hair on the sides, so I'm gonna get rid of it. But yeah, so that's at 10:30 a.m. for me. So we finished this stream at 7:15 a.m. our time. But yeah, 10:30 a.m. I get my hair cut, and if I haven't hit a brick wall yet, then I'm gonna just go on over to her house and cut her grass, because my cousin actually is my barber. He does really, really good, really good hairstyle work. So yeah, and his barbershop is halfway between my house and my girlfriend's house. So yeah, so long as I haven't hit a brick wall, I told her I would just come on over. She'll be at work, but I'm going over and cut the grass. But if I'm dog tired, I don't know. I may just crash on her couch or in her bed and take a nap and then get up and cut her grass before coming back home.
No,
so
for sure.
But that's
always
today,
good.
and then got to earn those brownie points, right? Get the haircut, or get the haircut, get the grass trimmed, all that. But then
mine said she thinks it's funny when I get me a fresh haircut. She's like, oh, you too cool now. She said, you start acting different. You got your haircut. Nothing is like a man with a fresh new haircut. You like, can't nobody tell me nothing. I know I look good right now. Ooh.
Hello.
She be like, you too much.
Yeah. And she's had a pretty rough week. So I told her, I promised her tomorrow we'd go do a little shopping, get a nice little dinner, go walk around, get away from it all.
Right.
She's going through this challenge right now where she rents to where they're having. So their home, their land, the owner of her home lives in Las Vegas, I believe it is. And they're not here, so they're not staying on top of maintenance type stuff. They have a company that is in charge of all that, but apparently the owner of the home is going somewhat broke, so they're just not able to sink the money into the home like they need to. So she's got a leaky water heater. It's kind of leaking through the roof a little bit. Just all these little knick-knacky things. It's just piling up, and they're not doing anything about it. So she's super stressed. And where she works, they're a person short, and she's trying to lobby to get them to hire some help because she does optometry. She's an optometry assistant, so she does all your eye tests and that thing to fit you for lenses and glasses. And so she's just having to double up. And so I keep telling her, I'm like, you're going to have to tell your boss, you better shape up or ship out, because she's their best.
Yeah.
Exactly. They gave her $1 raise a couple months ago. I'm like, well, that's not a whole lot, because you're basically doing two people's work. And I said, even if he gave you a $5 raise or a $10 raise an hour, like, you still need help because you're running yourself ragged. You're worried about your house, and there's some other miscellaneous things. So basically, to put a button on it. I told her, so we're gonna go have a good Saturday, get away from it all, relax. You'll have a fully trimmed grass, and then we can get back to next week in good spirits. So
you're a good man, Tiger.
Meanwhile, we did get another poll question up. When U.S. dollar shows strength, do you ride the dollar trend? Do you look for reversal setups? So more counter trend type stuff. Do you stay pair neutral, or do you ignore and trade other markets? Okay, so there's your next poll question. So let's see what you got going on that. Christian says, USD JPY bounced exactly at your marked area overnight, Michael. And now if we get another pullback to the upside, I guess your W could be formed to enter short. Is that something you want to tackle?
Let's see. Yeah. Christian, you're doing real good. He called one of the trades yesterday. He's paying attention to this.
That's right.
That's good.
You might have to come. You might have to come on to the show at some point.
Right. You're gonna start calling trades like this.
Right.
Let's get my screen shared up. Let me find UJ. Where's UJ?
I keep forgetting. I've got one of those.
back in, we can get my screen pulled up here. Let's see what Christian's
I
talking
can't wait
about
to
on
get
the UJ.
Can't wait to get some more monitors, man. I've got 2 monitors. I need like 4.
Oh, see, you're right.
I'm gonna be going shopping pretty quick. Get some more monitors. Gotta have them.
You're right. I'm gonna delete this and redraw it because it'll make it a little bit simpler. But yeah, you're pretty much right. Now I don't want it to take out this area because at that point it's not really a W, right? I don't want to see it look like this. I'm sorry, it's still good, but I would much prefer it not to go that far, right? But yeah, you're totally right. We got something like this, right? If we can get a swing back up there and then coming on back down, that would be nice. You're absolutely right, my man. How do we know that? We got the 5,200 cross, so we know we're in level 2, right? And we're looking for M structures, half back structures, head and shoulders, any type of pattern off this 200 level. So absolutely. Only thing we got to be worried about is this R to R on this trade, because technically if we took it the exact way it is now, you can see that it's risking $1 to make 93 cents. Not the best, right? You probably want to try to wait for at least a small pullback so you can get a little bit of something, some extra, right? Of course, you also need your reload. But yeah, you are absolutely right. Yeah, we need positive retail sales for pullback and upside. I'm entering it. So nice. Yeah, definitely want to wait for confirmation for sure. Yeah, you are.
And by the way,
this is.
Yeah, dollar Japanese yen is the strongest bearish signal I have too. It actually dropped. It's a -11 now. So yeah, exactly. Get a bit of positive U.S. news from that retail sales. You should see a spike up, and guess what's going to happen? It's going to spike right into that, potentially spike into that place, that area to sell. I mean, there's a, I don't know if there's an alert. What's that alert?
Yep. That's on that gold trade. All right. So now we're getting somewhere, right? Because now we still got 26 minutes on this. But if you guys remember, I said, I want to see this close below this area. I want to see it close below here.
No. Was that to put on your other 75%?
Yep. Damn right. We're going to see.
Woohoo!
How can I do the settings off? I'm like, what in the world? Let me scoot this over here. I like to keep all this congruent. This doesn't mean red is short, green is buy, so I wouldn't have that green. But yeah, I want to see it close somewhere like that. All right, we got some type of like this, and give us a little pullback, drop. That's the exact move I want to see. I'm gonna leave this on here as a matter of fact. Will not be surprised if this is exactly what happened. The main thing is we want to see this close below this area. That's the main thing, because these bastards can be sneaky and pull it on back. And this is why I do not, and I'm a strong advocate of not trading open candles, because this thing can easily change. Easily. You're sitting there like, what the hell just happened? And like, we got you. You should be trading open candles. We got you. Right, so yeah, cool. See, we got 30 minutes on this. I'll wait still. This is where the patience kicks in at. A part of me is I can't say I already know, but to me, it doesn't matter how low this thing goes. As long as it doesn't take out this area, right, like to the Asian low, I think this will pull back no matter where it's at. Pull back to this price. As soon as it does, I'm going to beat this straight upside the head. For real.
Kick its ass. Kick its ass, Seabass.
Yes, because this sure is the setup at that point. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You got everything else you would need. Yeah, I'm going to just wait. I'm going to just chill.
Yeah.
So I'm usually not interested in learning another strategy, but your strategy seems attractive with simplicity and effectiveness. So we could explain it once from A to Z. Yeah,
A to
we
Z.
definitely can. We can
Yeah.
set up something and try to.
Yeah, for sure. I will say, Christian, for Michael's strategy, the thing that I love the most about it is how mechanical it is. I don't see a whole lot of subjectivity with his strategy. There's not a whole lot of thinking. It's just simply this crosses this, this makes an M, this makes a W. You get your 4-hour candle or your 1 hour, whichever time frame you're looking at. I don't know.
Yeah.
To me, Michael, that makes for a simple, boring setup, which is exactly what you want to have in trading. You want to have something to where there's not a whole lot of thinking involved. I mean, think about all the trading bots out there. A trading bot doesn't do any thinking; it just reacts, right? Whether it's just a regular person or the big banks and institutions themselves. I mean, they have trading bots on these smaller time frames, and then they have the prop traders for the higher time frames. There's subjectivity in that aspect, but I think you said it perfect, Michael. Didn't you say that you guys were trying at one point or thinking about turning this into a bot or something?
Yeah, I threw so much money at this already; it's ridiculous.
That's right.
Because again, I could have sworn it should be simple to do. I'm like, I'm saying the same stuff over and over. I don't understand how we can't,
get it into a bot form.
I'm thinking it's the dev over. He did a great job of creating this template. It's the same guy. Like he was able to do all of this. I'm like, dude, we can't take this, make an EA into this. He's like, yeah, we can. Next thing you know, months and months and months and months go by. Tens of thousands of dollars. I think I put like 14K into all of this already, and it's still just not right. This thing will be great for like a quarter. Next thing you know, the next quarter is flat. Quarter after that is down. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Why we can't get this together? Like, you know what? I can't keep paying for this. I don't know what do you think this is? I'm not a money tree for you to just keep testing stuff out like this. I'd much rather just keep trading manually how I've been doing it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure in this space, I'm going to run into somebody. Someone's going to run into me somehow, some way. I'm going to get pitched or pitch somebody like, we can do this. Right? So until that happens, I'm manualed out. Again, my buddy, my partner, his name's James. He understands a lot of this stuff. So he's supposed to be doing it. I don't even like talking about the damn EA thing anymore with none of them because I'm like, we had this conversation like 100 times. Right?
Yeah.
And the only thing that's happening is we are not where we were supposed to be at. And I get it can take a long time, but this is not working out the way I anticipated it. So
so you just have to find some disciples to pass it on down to in the meantime, just in case you never get it, right?
Yep. Like, I swear we can get it. We can make it happen. Dude, if you so sure, then you do it. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm tired of this. You do it.
Good stuff. Let's see here.
What do you see on EU based on your strategy if we get another pullback to the downside? Let me go back to EU. EU for me was the trade of the week. So as I mentioned, we took the W off the 200. Back over here. But this next move for me, I'm not liking this at all for the simple fact that we got this to cross to the downside. If I was to take this short, it would look something like this. Right? So we already crossing back to the downside, but we're still in level 1. Right? You can tell we're in level 1 because only the 1350 has crossed. The 50 and the 200 has not crossed yet. So we're still in level 1. Right? For me to take short, I would need to see the 50. I'm going to just change these colors to make it a little bit visually appeasing. Right? I want to see that 50 and this 200 cross right, to the downside. Make this one white, right? So I want to see something like that. Now, once this happens, we are in level 2. Right, L2. And then from that point, that's when I want to see price come on down. Let me change this back to yellow. Erase this. All right, cool. So yeah, then from there, I want to see price come on down, give me some type of M structure off this 200, and then drop. The market baseline will end up going back above the static for that reload. And then I'm short. I'll be short somewhere like this. Now, again, when you have it like this and it's 800 EMAs in the way, you want to make sure that price closes below it so you don't get stuck in there, because they can easily fake you out. Right? But yeah, this is what I would want to see to go take EU short. Man, I need to start doing a better job of putting my iPad on the charger at night, because it dies almost every day.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm taking longs on pullback. That's what I mean. Okay, so this is the short, right? This is what I would be looking for on the short side. On the long side, to take this long, I will be looking to see this up to the upside, which it looked like it can do. Right? We will still be in that same zone as well. So I want to see price do something like this at that point. Come back up, then bounce off this 50 and go. I will take the move here. The market baseline will need to go back above the static. No reload, because you don't need a reload on the bounce trade. Remember, only the reload occurs with the W's and M's off the 200. Right? So yeah, I would be looking for this move right here. I wouldn't just randomly take this. I would wait for it to break through that area and then bounce off that area and then go long. I would take it like that for longs. Right? Which, to be honest, again, that's what I was looking for right here. Just the exact same thing what I was looking for right here. After the 5,200 cross, you got the W. The next move is to bounce off the 50. So I want to see this bounce off this 50. Like, again, it broke above. We had the 1350 cross here. It broke above, pulled back to the 50 and bounced. I want to see the same thing. 1350 cross, it broke above, pulled back and bounced. I'll be waiting for that move to take EU long. Hopefully that answered your question, Kristen. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, good deal.
Yeah, for me, like, again, I never like to take the first move because it can easily fake you out, like easily. And again, right here is a perfect example. When I tell you they got so many traders with this move right here, and they did this on purpose. They closed above this 13 EMA right here on purpose because they knew that people were going to grab this. And that's exactly why they took it the other way, stopped them out 2 candles. He was done. But once again, that's why for me, the TDI comes so much in handy. It keeps you out of all these bad trades.
Filters out the
It wasn't even
crap.
a question for me. Yeah. The TDI kept you out of this. When I see outside the band, any type of move, automatically not taking it, because that's the ones that don't work. Right? You can take a look at this, and this is not by coincidence, right? You got this W200, or half bat off the 200 rather, but you got outside the band. If you tried to take this, it probably wouldn't have worked. Right? This thing came back. You probably moved your stop to break even. Did you get stopped out? No. You didn't get stopped out, but you could have. This could have easily came down here, stopped you out, and then ran up. Easily. Right? That's why it's just much better to take. Once you see outside the band, this is where I'm putting my stop at, right there. If you come below here, you can have it. I don't even want to be in the trading where you can have it.
Yeah.
Right?
I got a question.
That's creating
for you.
that. Shoot.
Just to really twist with your mind. Let's say you only had one of those indicators out of all your TDI, all the individual lines you got there, and you could only have one of those pieces of information, one of those indicators. Which one would it be?
Easy. I'm easily taking this. I can see the chart in here. I personally don't need the chart to see this. I like to see, when I can't see is the candlesticks. I like to see the hammers and, you know, the engulfing candles, you know, on the chart, right? So I like to see that, but TDI wise, I can damn near see the entire chart on the TDI.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
But what if you only had one of those lines within the TDI?
Oh, I wouldn't know. That I don't know.
I was just curious if you had an answer for that or not, but yeah, no, it's all about the TDI. I got it.
Yeah.
Well, no, you're right though. I mean, it does look. I mean, you can. I mean, it's not exact. It's not exact, but yeah, you when you zoom it out on the TDI, it kind of looks in some ways just like a chart.
If you can look at this, right, I'm gonna just try to point this out. Price is the RSI line. It's the purple line, right? So just let me just take this off. The actual price on the chart is this purple RSI line. Everything that the price does, the RSI line does, is up over here, is up right here. It goes down right here, it's down right here. It kind of goes slant sideways here, slanted sideways here. Price falls down, price falls down. Price runs up, price runs up. So price is the RSI line on the TDI. So the next thing, or the next piece would be the yellow market baseline is the 50. This is the same thing. This blue 50 EMA is the yellow market baseline. Right?
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, because I was always wondering about your baseline, like, but you're saying that's the same as the blue 50. Okay.
Yep, it's the same as the blue 50. Yep.
Okay.
And then once again, if you check this out, this static 50 line, this dotted one, is basically just the halfway area, right? So I can easily tell if price on the TDI, which is the purple one, is above the 50 or below it. Because I know that seeing that the RSI line is above this 50 line, that means that price is above the 50 EMA.
Okay.
So I know it's kind of a lot, but all together, it just goes together very well. Yeah, the main point was this staying out of this bad trade, right? The RSI line is outside the band. It's outside the band, inside the band. This is outside the band, right? If you look over here to try to take this trade, this is outside the band, outside the band. This is no trade for me. There is no inside the band. Where you would have took it here and we would have took it here, both of these are outside this band. And so far, there has been no more inside the band. The inside the band is what makes the close below the 13 is what makes the outside the inside the band, right? Now that'd be ugly, so I wouldn't take that. But again, the bounce. Once this happens, price runs up, bounce. That's the next move. Market baseline is above the static for longs.
Makes sense.
I feel like it takes so long to really like wrap your eyes around, like your mind, and see it, and to put it into theory. But over time, it's like it gets much easier. Like my boy James, I taught him everything he knows. Like literally, he didn't get trained by Steve and Carr. I did, but I was able to explain everything to him, and he gets, I'm gonna say 90% of what I'm looking at. Like he sent me messages. He'll be like, "What you think about EU?" And no, yesterday was FJ. He asked me what I thought about FJ, and I'll point to it now. So he was like, "FJ is close to setting up. What you thinking?" And I was like, let me take a look at it. And I said, oh, I see why you're saying this, but just what I pointed out to him, right? This is the 5,200 cross back here. This is the, right? So let me just, I was typing this up on my iPad, so I don't have the full markup. But 50 EMA, I mean the level 2, right? Level 2 happens here, right? The next move would be some type of M structure off the 200, which was, this was really ugly, so I didn't take this, but this is what you're looking for, right? Some type of M pattern right here, right? The next move after this is the bounce off the 50. So we didn't have a bounce off the 50, like, right? Like you could have had tried something here, whatever. Like none of this really bounced off the 50, and it got ugly at that point. And also, when you're taking the bounce off the 50, the market baseline will be below the static. So all of these moves from here on, well, I can see that one because that's still below, but from here on, right, none of this is good because the market baseline is above the static. You can't take the bounce off the 50 when price is on the wrong side of the EMA. I mean, the TDI, right? So for him to see this, again, he thinks he's seeing the M off the 200. I'm like, dude, this is the second M. He was trying to take this bounce off this 50. We don't want to take that one. It's only the first one. The first M after the 5,200 cross and the first bounce, the first time that price touches the 50. Price touched the 50 a gazillion times in this area. This is nothing. So I had to break this down to him yesterday, but it's a very, very high level understanding because he gets 90+% of the strategy. So it just comes down to nuances like this that he kind of won't see.
How long has he been doing that your style?
4 years. For 4 years. I want to say last month made 4 years for him.
So he graduated high school.
Off my strategy, first $100 day. In March, he had his first $1,000 day, like trading this strategy. I'm like, dude, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like he takes bad setups sometimes because he's just missing like a key piece a little bit. But like this, case in point, like to me, when I see this, I can automatically see that I'm really not trying to trade this zone right here. Right?
Yeah.
Like his problem is, and what I'm trying to get him to really understand is, like he said earlier, when in doubt, zoom out. He be too close to the screen. So he won't see that sometimes. Right? Like even when I did my checklist that I showed, remember I said, zoom out so you can see like the last few days. Right? Like you can't be too close. You're not gonna be able to, you're gonna think you see something that you actually don't. So just zoom out a bit.
Get off the magnifying glass.
Yeah. Like, dude, you cannot take. I'll do this when I already have the direction down, right? Like I already know what I'm looking at, but yeah. And again, I see why he would think that, right? Because he sees this, probably this funky M structure right here, right? The drop, the pullback, and he's thinking it's just going to go short again, which again, it's still might, but that's not the move though. This is a risky setup, right?
Yeah.
The move would have been if you were looking for something like that, right? It's basically what we're trying to take on gold, right? This is the much better move, right? You got the 5,200 cross, you have the M, and this is after the M, this is the first time prices came back and touched this 50. That's what he was looking for on FJ, but again, just small nuances.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, everybody in the chat, just keep in mind we're going to be passing out a 10K account here shortly. So yeah, just let us know, check in with us. Let us know who all's still present and accounted for. We'll be passing that out here shortly. They're probably working up a graphic for it at the back end, but we'll be definitely announcing that winner here shortly. So yeah, keep the questions coming, the comments coming. If you have any thoughts on that, any other charts you want us to look at, I've still got some alerts I'm going to get to on my end here, probably pretty quick. But yeah,
you can go ahead and grab this week. That's pretty much it.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Good,
Back
good.
end. But yeah, like it says there, Hola Prime TV, Hola Prime Global. Subscribe, comment, update your email in your YouTube bio, and we'll be good to go. So just to update on my account, I ended up taking a small loss on silver on my Hola Prime account. What I'm trying to say, it did actually drop through. I had my stop loss under here. No big deal. Small loss. I think it was like $40, $40.95. So nothing too bad. But I am still in this trade on my other broker just because I gave it a little bit wider of a stop loss. So yeah, obviously still in drawdown on it, but that's where we stand with that. Just getting a lot of those tails on the 1 hour time frame underneath. So I'm just hoping at some point they'll catch a bid and push it up, push it up over the $38 level on silver, and get me up there to where I can at least dampen the damages, so to speak, before the intraday session closes. So, but yeah, here it is on Trading View, just getting those wicks. So on my other broker, I've got my alert set down, or not my alert, but my stop loss down here. Now, coincidentally enough, I do have another demand zone beneath. So what I might end up doing is just, I might take the small hit here shortly. I may just turn around and get back into the trade, not today, but on Monday, if we come down to this demand zone here and I get a little bit better of a picture on the volume. I mean, I can't really complain about this because when I ended up getting in this trade yesterday, okay, I got in on this green candle. Well, look at my volume. I had a really good volume if we're looking at the volume spread analysis candles underneath. So I can't say that I placed a bad trade. I didn't. Sometimes trades just don't work out. That's just the way trading works. I have about a 40% win rate, which is really right on par with, a lot of traders that make a few bucks here and there, right? So it's not like you have to have a set 60, 70, 80% win percentage. I've even heard stories of people having a 15% win rate, 20% win rate, and that make a lot of money in the markets. So it's not about the win percentage. It's just about cutting your losses when they are small like that and letting your winners run. So yeah, we'll see. I could very well get stopped out on my other broker, but I'll just let the day kind of progress. So, but again, I do have a zone underneath waiting in the wings on Monday, whenever the markets are reopened. So just in case this one closes out. So there's that. Just taking a look at some of my other setups I have got going on. Getting rid of my neutral items. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, when you were talking dollar Japanese yen, that's still my most bearish asset, but I don't believe I had, oh my gosh, I got to move my mouse. So we actually had price hit this supply zone back here yesterday, and it's obviously going down. I wish I would have got into that trade at that point, but as always, that trade hits whenever I'm asleep, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So that hit at 10 a.m. Yeah, I was already in the middle of already in my siesta mode by then, so definitely missed out on that. No big deal. But I don't know. I just don't think I want to be getting in this area. I mean, let's just say today we're Monday, right? Get past the Trump-Putin summit, get past retail sales. This is just kind of turned into a little bit of a cluster, especially when you look back here, right? Just a little choppy. This whole area is just a little too choppy for me, even on a smaller time frame. I'm not really seeing anything I really like. I mean, yeah, my algorithm is kind of squinting and seeing some supply zones above, but nothing that's real exciting to me. I mean, maybe something like this right here. Maybe. I mean, we do have a contraction box here, so that obviously spits out a fair value line that goes across, right? The 50% of this box. pushing up, down, manipulating the volume or the liquidity, right? And then obviously it finally finds a trend downward to the next contraction box. So I could see an instance where if I just go ahead and draw in this zone right here, pull it forward, color that red, you know, that contraction box, the 50% line is cutting right straight through. Well, I should say it's cutting through the proximal line of that supply zone. If I just zoom in a little bit, it's kind of faint and kind of hard to see, but the 50%, you can see that little dotted line, that real thin dotted line, right? That's going right underneath my supply zone. So I could potentially see an instance of looking at this. I mean, it's a little bit narrow of a range, but again, you have to keep in mind, I'm looking at this on just a small 5-minute time frame. So about 4.5 pips. Maybe put a stop loss above this liquidity area. Maybe something like this. Yeah, okay. The more I see this, I mean, the more I could see taking a small risk at that. That would definitely make the total range a little bigger, more like 12, 15 pips at that point. let's just measure that out. So 14 pips. Now, a currency pair like the dollar Japanese yen obviously has a much higher ATR, average true range. So this currency pair moves 132 pips per day on average. So it's definitely one of the higher moving, one of the more volatile currency pairs, right? So I have to take that into perspective when I go to try to even take a small scalpy type trade on this. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I mean, again, it's not a very wide range. It may not be that powerful, but just for giggles, I'm just going to go ahead and put an alert here and see what happens if and when price hits during today's intraday session. So I'm only going to put an alert on this thing out until about, well, let's just say 11 a.m. Central Time. If it hits afternoon, probably not going to be interested. Probably not. So I'm just basically putting this on a very strict leash, basically. By the time the lunchtime doldrums hit, you know, for New York time, 12 to 1, or for me, 11 to 12, those lunchtime doldrums, things are going to slow down. And then obviously we'll have a little spike after, but I'm only interested for this first little bit of the day on that. Just, you know, something to get some skin in the game. Get my foot into a shorter term trade. So that's that on the dollar Japanese, especially since it is the most bearish, most negative, right? Let me just do this. I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about. See if I can copy and paste this.
So I am about to take this other position on gold.
Okay.
It has moseyed on down.
Very nice.
I'm just hit
You need the chart back?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, my bad. Give me a quick second. I know we gotta we finna do the giveaway as well, guys, in the next 3 minutes here.
Okay.
To point this out. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set a pending position, right? A pending order at, what is this, 33.40. Yeah, so I'm gonna put it at 33.40 for the rest of my position. What is that? Let me see. I got to pull up my calculator.
Calculator. Okay. You're the math guy.
I can't do this number, and I need this to be right.
Don't worry, I live and die by a calculator too.
Okay, 187. All right, that's not 187. That's the number I'm looking for. All right, so I'm about to put a pending position on here. If I can find gold. I swear this thing be moving, and it makes it harder to find.
Oh, on your other broker?
Where is this? Yeah, on GUI. It's like the watch list moves. It's like, wait, why don't we just stay where it's at? Make it a lot easier. All right, cool. All right, cool. So that price is, I need to put a pending on here. I guess let's see. Yeah, I'll just do the pending at 33.40, right? And then TP is still at 33.50. I mean, stop loss is still at 33.50. 33.50, and then TP is all the way down at 33.10. Yeah, 33.10. Sweet. 33.10. Nice. All right, so this is a pending. I got that order on now. All right. So we're gonna leave this alone. This close in the next 22 seconds. As I was saying, I really just wanted to close below this red horizontal line, and then give it this little pullback. I think it's. Wait, I want to say it out loud until it happens.
I was gonna say, are you 22 seconds early?
All right, cool. There we go. That's what I was looking for right there. Now I'm certain that this is setting up the right way. This is a trade that I would take no matter what. Right. So I wanted to pull back to this area. That's how I have it drawn on here, and then follow on over. So I'm gonna put an alert on here, and I just typically just put the alert on and say pending order triggered or something like that. All right, pending. Cool. That is it. That is all. And it might not even do it, but let's see. See, they're gonna be some real SOBs if they don't pull back to this level. That's a very short level to pull back. They can definitely do that. They can be like, nah, bro, we out of here.
Deuces.
Yeah.
And again, that was your other three quarters. Is that right?
Yep. That's my solid. Yep. Okay. Only had a quarter on now. I got a pending order for the other 3/4 of my position. I would normally do half and half, as I mentioned before, because again, I don't like the fact that this didn't really touch. Right? It didn't really hit the 50 the way I wanted it to, but it looked like it's just not going to do it. So I'll take that risk.
Okay. Well, Michael, it's that time. It sounds like
it is.
That time. It's time to pass on a 10K Forex account. We do have a name here, and we're just gonna have to have a little bit of a drum roll. Little drum roll. Back end, we'll get the name up. So the winner of the 10K Forex account is this person, Tanaka. Congrats, Tanaka.
Hey,
Peter, yeah.
Congratulations.
Congrats on the 10K account. You will get an email from our team, and they'll help you to get you signed up, get you set up with your own 10K Forex account, and you could join our army. I call it our army, our little team, our little group, our trading army. So, welcome to the team, and congrats.
For sure. Congratulations, Felicidades. All that good stuff.
Felicidades.
Let's hope they're still here. Are you still here?
We'll find out.
I'm curious.
You'll definitely get an email heading your way. Regardless, people pop on and off a lot. Totally understandable. Ooh, right. Somebody's cooking up something good in there. It smells good. Oh boy. Wow. I don't know what it is. Nice. All right. Good deal.
Well, sweet.
So anyway, back to
Yeah, we can take it back over to you. I just wanted to get that second position on, or at least the pending. Again, I just this did confirm for me now, so this is looking good.
Sounds wonderful. Yeah, we could definitely pop on over. I did go ahead and close out that other my other broker, so a small loss on it as well. So I'm going to have to reevaluate the metals market. I think it is bouncing off of that other zone now. This just happened, but yeah, I'm just going to avoid this market for the rest of the day. Reevaluate it. had a few good wins recently, but had a couple negative ones in a row. So we'll just take a little bit of a break from the metals market. Everybody loves trading gold and silver until it burns you a time or two. But
You're
what do we
damn
do?
right.
We just pick ourselves
I'm in
up
that
by
same
the
boat.
bootstraps. Go at it. Trust me, I want to get back in this since it has come down to that other demand, that 1 hour demand I pointed out. And we are getting a pretty good wick. But here's the thing. We've had a lot of wicks on this thing the last, 12 hours or so. But then it just decides to come on down to another level. So I don't know. Let's look a little deeper into this. So obviously this is nothing more than a big fat doji, right? So if we drill down into this, look a little deeper, 30 minutes. Yeah, still a lot of wicks on top, 15 minutes. Okay. Got to peek behind the curtain, right? Peek behind the curtain and then cover it back up. Yeah, I just don't really think I'm liking it. I mean, it's good volume in this area, but the other candles within this basing action are just kind of dissipating. And even the leg out candle, the first leg out candle, the volume is, about the same as the previous candles as well. Now this candle here is where the volume really kind of started, but that's essentially part of the demand zone that ended up failing.
Right.
So yeah, I think because of the volume spread analysis just not looking great, I think I'm just going to go ahead and avoid this market. Like I said, took a small stab at it, thinking, what the heck. I still like the setup. I would do it all over again if I, had to, because again, I had a really good 30-minute candle going into that zone with a lot of volume. So yeah, it was a good trade. At the end of the day, having a loss, as long as you followed your rules, you can still have a good trade, even though it failed. Because we can't always control the tweak. We can't control what the news writes and people read and maybe potentially take the wrong side of the trade. But at the end of the day, the market had other ideas. So I'm fine with that. On to bigger and better things.
Yeah, moving on to the next one. That's what it's all about.
Moving on. Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to show you guys was my dollar yen. So I went ahead and pulled up my reasoning for the dollar yen just to look at this. So this, again, is my most bearish setup. All right. Okay, perfect. So yeah, looking at the sentiment analysis, the COT report, and the retail sentiment. Okay, the everybody trading on their computers at home, right? That information didn't really help the bias at all, bullish or bearish. So that's more of a neutral score. Moving on to some of the technicals, seasonality, -1. Okay, that's favoring the bearish bias on this. Same thing with the trend. Okay, so that's favoring the bearish score. GDP, getting into the fundamentals now. GDP neutral. Moving over to the manufacturing and the services PMI, both are -2. These are strong bearish reasons to jump into this trade. Very bearish. Retail sales neutral, so not really a signal either way. Moving on over to the inflation data, though, we got the consumer price index and the producer price index. Both of the inflation data sets that just came out a short while ago, are giving me a bearish reason. The Fed's favorite, the PCE, the personal consumption expenditure report, neutral, and both of the employment numbers are neutral as well. But the recent interest rate decision does slightly favor the Japanese yen, which means it's bearish for the dollar. So those are the reasons. When you add up -1 or -1, -2, all these numbers in red, that comes out to -11. So that is a very bearish signal. -5 to -9, -5 to -8 is bearish, but anything -9 or lower is very bearish. Same is true in reverse for the bullish items. So that right there is why I'm interested. That gives me permission with my trading style. It gives me permission to go and find a place to short this. Okay. So now that we know that, then we can take a closer look. So again, I've already marked up this 5-minute supply here. I think I'm going to change my mind and actually increase my time on this. I said 11 o'clock earlier my time, but I think I'm just going to push it out. I just want to see how it reacts after the lunchtime doldrums are over with. So for me, that would be, well, basically 1 o'clock. So I'm just going to give myself an extra hour, an extra 2 hours, I should say. So I'm going to put 1300 for me because that'll be 1 o'clock Central Time, which will be 2 o'clock New York time. So basically, if I don't have a signal with 2 hours to spare in the trading day, and when I say trading day, I'm talking the stock market, then I'm going to go ahead and cancel because that would give me, that'd be 3 hours before the Forex market ends. But I just want to see some volatility from stock market spill over, if anything. So I'm going to just give myself an extra couple hours on that.
Yeah.
Just personal preference.
Get a little bit.
Because the last thing I want to do, Michael, I don't know what you think about this, but the last thing I want to do, especially getting into an intraday trade, a scalp trade, last thing I want to do is get into a trade the last couple hours of the day.
No. Especially on a Friday, like this. If you couldn't make your flow all week, this is not the time to be trying to make it at the last minute.
Exactly. And not to mention, we got retail sales coming up in an hour and a half, right? Hour and 20 minutes. So this can do what it wants, between now and that report. But if this touches, I'm going to monitor it around this retail sales report as well. I mean, if this is touching like within that 30-minute window, I'm going to ignore the signal. Just not worth it. The 15 minutes before, the 15 minutes after that report. So I'm just going to step away. Now, if I were doing this on a higher time frame like I normally do, my 4-hour supply and demand zones, then I'm fine with that, potentially. But definitely, and you guys hear us preach it all the time, definitely not on these smaller time frames. Just ain't worth it. So anyway, there's that. And then back to my top scores. So dollar Swiss is also a -8. Dollar CAD is a -7. So we'll take a quick look at these. Dollar Swiss, dollar CAD. Okay. Let's go on over here. Dollar Swiss. All right. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's go back to a 4-hour real quick. A little bit higher time frame. So basically, if I'm looking at higher time frame, I'm looking for stuff for Monday at this point. 30 minutes. Yeah, I kind of have a little bit of a zone up here. It's quite a ways away. Let's just scrap that. Let's just look at just the smaller time frames for the day. See what we got down here. So 1-hour time frame, big sideways chop fist, isn't it? Zooming on out to the higher chop. Yeah, I don't really like any of this, so it probably would be that move up there. So I'm probably not interested intraday today on the dollar Swiss, just because of all this sideways nonsense on the higher time frame. Yeah, and none of this. These are all tiny candles. I'm not really getting any expanded range candles to short this market. They're just kind of lollygagging out. So yeah, definitely going to skip dollar Swiss for the day. It's not even worth taking the time to mark up. But assuming Sunday evening or Monday rolls around, then I do like this zone a little higher up. 1, 2, 3 basing candles. So, that definitely looks a hell of a lot better than what we've been looking at, over here. Right. Get up to this area and look at the volume. Look at the volume spread analysis candles underneath this. Look at that. Look at this down here. All right, that's institutions doing that. That's good stuff down here. Look how much bigger those candles are relative to the candles preceding it. Right. Yeah, this is institutions.
That's what we call them.
Yeah.
You don't want them baby candles.
Yeah.
That's something else I like about the actual candlestick too, and the difference between when I was mentioning the TDI on the chart Seeing as you can't really see volume that on a lot of this, the candlesticks to me tell a lot of the story. If they're small, there's not much going on.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I definitely want to see the larger candles moving it.
Expanded range. So yeah, that's definitely my point of interest for Sunday night / Monday morning. So nothing on today, nothing today though. Now, if we do happen to get a big spike, if retail sales comes out and it comes out really good, I mean, obviously it's definitely probably going to reach, what is that, 50 pips? I mean, retail sales could drive this thing 50 pips. But the challenge is if it pushes it up too quick, that's too quick, too fast. You got to just slow down. You got to ease into the relationship. You don't want it just slamming up in there because, it could just keep pushing on through. So, yeah, this is going to be a touchy one.
So that never works out well. If you can't slow down, the whole show is going to be over with really quickly. Slow down.
Now, if it does something like this, if it spikes, up in this area upon release of the retail sales and then kind of slows down, it slows its roll a little bit and starts to roll over, okay, then maybe tap in and look to potentially short it at that point. Now, normally I love when price comes down quickly into a zone or up quickly into a supply zone, but not when it's that tiny of a time frame and not after a report like retail sales is coming out. So going to be tough. This is going to be a tough one to try pulling off on a smaller time on that time frame. Let's go back out again. Yeah. Hell, even an hour. I mean, look at that. That's awesome. Awesome VSA candles. I love the size of those things. Yeah, that's Institution City. And that's from Tuesday at 7 a.m. Which report came out Tuesday at 7 a.m.? So that would have been, so that was when the core CPI, the CPI numbers, that's when the CPI report was released. So that's why we have these expanded range volume candles, and not to mention the price candles themselves, right? So when you get a report like we had for Tuesday, again, the CPI report, when you get something like that creating these wild price swings in these supply zones or the demand zones, if it were opposite, look, there's a lot of people that missed out on this area, right? There's a lot of people that were seeing, well, damn it, price just dropped this fast, this quick. I want in. So what happened? Price did return, just didn't quite touch the zone. Look at that. This is where I get to use our favorite word that we never use, Michael. It missed it by, 5 pipettes? Right, there's that word. Yeah. Pipette. That fun word that we rarely get to use in currency world. But look at that, it just missed it. So people waiting for price to return, they missed their chance. Now, if they got in down here, what are they doing? They're chasing. They're breaking their rules. Did they get rewarded? Well, yeah, potentially. But those same people are going to do that same method on another trade, and it's going to just go against them. It's going to wipe them out. So, yeah, if we get a push back up to this area today, I would almost be willing to bet there's going to be quite a few of these people, quite a few sellers up here trying to repeat this, and new sellers that missed out on their chance, especially seeing that 5 pipette miss when price returned. So, okay, so I got my alert set. All right, so we're good to go on dollar Swiss. And it very well, of course, just like anything else, it very well could just blitz all the way through like a hot knife through butter. So that's part of trading, again, it's about getting all the variables in your favor that you possibly can. No trade's ever going to be necessarily 100% perfect. At the end of the day, we just have to take a chance. We got to jump in. That's what makes a market. All right, what do we got here?
Got to be in it to win it. Got to be in it to win it.
So yeah, you just gotta take a chance, get in it to win it. So that's it. Yeah, 45 pip move upon the release of retail sales. I could see that happening easily. Now, dollar Swiss moves. Let's see here. So here's the other thing. So dollar Swiss is a slower moving currency pair. It only moves about 60 pips a day on average. But still, we have a real hot report. I could still see getting into that. I could still see it moving that fast. So we'll find out. I know that when I was following the euro pound a couple weeks ago, it ended up moving about 45 pips within that first couple minutes on the NFP release. So we'll see if we get the same thing out of dollar Swiss. Okay, so that's dollar Swiss. Dollar Canada dollar is a -7 as well. La 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 la. Right below it. Get back to my 4-hour time frame. So I'm trying to sell this market as well. Well, 4-hour time frame, it's been relatively, I guess you could call it an uptrend. We went on a daily, very slow grind up, but very nice long extensions. Except of late, it looks like it's not wanting to continue down. It seems like it's trying to curl back up. Now, just ahead, I don't know. This one's a little confusing too, right? It's not really doing what it was doing. Up, down, up, down, up, that halfway down. Now it's trying to go. So the best zone I see is this 4-hour zone. But what I dislike about this zone is it didn't really push down and continue. It made that initial push down and then just kind of went sideways and lollygagged and blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't strong enough to continue down like the previous pattern. So do I really want to risk money if it comes back into this zone up here? I don't know. Could it be just basing sideways, doing some liquidity manipulation potentially? So I don't know. Probably going to skip that. If I were to be interested in this spot up here, I definitely wouldn't be trying to trade it all the way down to this higher time frame demand. Probably just be trying to, scalp it for a little bit of a win. Let's see, 1-hour time frame. I mean, what I'm loving is the VSA. So that again was the. That was the Friday, August 1st. Okay. Yeah, so that was another. Oh, that was NFP. Yeah. August 1st was the NFP. Yeah. So same thing. We're getting basically that same basing action before the strong drops from the August 1st NFP report that came out. So that's why we're getting that. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. I think I like the dollar Swiss idea a little better though. Right, because that's going to be a similar price point than this dollar CAD. Well, not quite the same, a little different. Because I guess on dollar CAD the equivalence would be this spot right here, right? But it's already been touched.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I'm gonna delete that. Delete that. But yeah, just going back to the dollar Swiss. I mean, I still like this point clear up here. Got this 4-hour supply within my daily supply. So as always, that's my favorite confluence is when I get a 4-hour supply inside of that daily. So if I had my wish, then I'd be the most excited and interested in tapping into this supply right here and dropping down.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's probably it. But again, we'll see. This is again one of the slower moving currency pairs, so I'll be interested possibly in taking a small sell here. But yeah, if that doesn't work out, I got a much higher probability set up above on the 4-hour time frame for dollar Swiss. But yeah, dollar CAD, I'm just not feeling this. I'm just not into you, dollar CAD.
Dollar CAD been tripping a little bit because I was looking to take it yesterday, and it kind of just sideways. It wasn't really giving a pattern I was looking for, and I'm glad I didn't because it's just sitting there. It's damn near in the same spot.
Like, do something. Get the stick. Do something.
Yeah.
let's see here. We got the New Zealand Japanese yen, we got US oil, and we got Australia dollar, Japanese yen, all that are a -6. And then Euro pound is a -5. So I can't remember if I talked Euro pound yesterday or not, or maybe it was the quiet markets, but how quickly things can change. Because like I mentioned on one of the shows, Euro pound, remember, was bullish, quite bullish for me last week, and now it's on the bearish side. So that might have been with Coach Paul last night. I can't remember. Do so many shows, it's hard to keep them all straight.
Yeah, I bet.
But yeah, Euro pound, here we go. So, yep. So yeah, I ended up making money on this one back here in this area on the bullish side, but it's all reversed. So now we're getting lower lows, lower highs. Whether you're looking at the daily, the 4-hour, whatever. Obviously, the 1 hour and 2 hour, that's an easy downtrend. So now we just got to find a way to sell into this market for Euro pound. Again, -5. So just kind of reevaluating this. We got a little swing high here, swing low on a lower time frame. So, ultimate goal is to sell in the upper third, sell in the premium. So I've got I think a 15-minute supply zone right here. So got my alert set there. Excellent volume spread analysis candles. Nice size range relative to the candles before it. So just to kind of reiterate that for anybody watching, when I say relative to the previous candles, this is what I mean. Let me just isolate my volume spread analysis. So these are the candles I'm looking at. I want to see these candles preferably 2 to 3 times higher than the recent candles. So meaning compared to these green candles, these blue candles, right? You get the picture. So that kind of price action, especially this price action, that's sexy as hell right there. I love that. That's really good price action, because those candles are, looks like, yeah, that's a keeper. That's a 10 right there. All right. Those candles are like 4 times higher than these candles over here. That's a keeper right there. What the hell price action was that? Oh, okay. Euro pound, 15 minute. Okay. So that's what? August 12th? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, back to the CPI numbers, I believe it was. Yeah, that's sexy. But it's just too choppy. So I can't really trade that. Plus, this is a bearish market now. So definitely, if I go short selling up in this area, I'm definitely going to be buying to cover before I get to this area, because there's a lot of former stuff happening. So I've already drawn it up. Just need to see price come up into this area and then short it down, but probably buy to cover just before this zone. Yeah. We're talking about 25 pips. Again, Euro pound is a slow mover. 40 pips a day on average. 38, 39, 40 pips, something like that. But again, it is a slow moving currency pair. So that's my game plan, and I'm sticking to it. That probably won't hit till Monday, assuming we get a pullback. We may not get a pullback. It may just keep going south, because again, it's given a bearish signal. But every time I get a bearish signal, or let's just use bearish as an example. And same thing is true for bullish. Just because it's giving me a bearish signal doesn't mean I just want to go out and sell this thing. No, I need to sell at a discount, or in this case, a premium. Sell at a premium, meaning sell at a higher price, so I could buy to cover and get a better price, basically. So I got to see a pullback, no matter what I'm trading, bullish or bearish. I got to see a pullback. I have to see a very short-term counter trend price action. I think that messes up and trips a lot of people up, Michael.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to go buy this, but wait. In the meantime, you need to see price come back a little bit and get a little bit cheaper. For, in my case, to find the zones. I can definitely twist.
Right, like I had a quarter position on it first, and then I wanted it to pull back into this particular zone. Did not put the rest of it on. I never, ever, ever just throw the full position on. It has to be an extreme scenario where, all right, this is actually the best price, right? But other than that, nah, I'm always gonna wait for the pullback because it happens majority of the time. And when it doesn't, oh well, I still was gonna wait for a better price, right? There's been plenty of times where you was waiting for a sale, maybe you got to the store late and they don't have no more of it. It didn't change. Nothing really mattered after that, right?
Yeah.
You were looking for the sale, it didn't happen. That's it. On to the next item. On to the next trade.
Yeah, you gotta that's a great point. How many times do we get into a trade and we think, oh, I love this price point, and then price maybe goes in your favor, but turns around and retraces all that, and then we're like, oh, then we're back in drawdown, but then price hopefully, a lot of times eventually goes in your favor. So, no, that's a good point. That's a damn good point.
And even if you countless times where I will say, I'm like, you know what? I wanted something. I feel like I still have the urge to jump in right now, but I know this thing is about to pull back some, right? Might as well just wait. And I honestly feel like in those scenarios, you are improving your patience skill. Like it doesn't seem like to have patience is a skill, but each time you're able to do that and just prolong the desire to just jump in, the next time it gets a little bit easier. Next time a little bit easier, so on and so forth until, we still feel that feeling, obviously, but it's nowhere near impulsive enough to just do it. Like, it's like, no, I'd rather miss it than jump in impulsively. Because there's been way too many times where you jump in impulsively and what happens? You get smoked.
No, you raise a good point because once in a while, you may get in on your quarter position or or your half position or whatever the case may be, and it'll run off and leave you. Okay, darn, you still made a profit. But you're 100% right. We often get into a price, goes into our favor, comes back, and taps us or puts us into the drawdown for that little bit of time. So, damn it, that's a good thought. I never really thought of that, Mike. I might have to start doing that myself.
You'd be like, I should have waited. Yeah, you said that the last 100 times. When are you just going to actually start waiting?
I'll put your money on it. Emmanuel. Hi, Emmanuel. A friend of mine just got me noticed your analysis that you do here on a daily. Often want to be part of this. Absolutely. Shout out to you guys. So, Emmanuel, we're here Monday through Friday, 3 a.m. Well, let's do New York time. So 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 8:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. Again, that's, Eastern Standard Time. Just think New York, 4 a.m. to 8:15 a.m. Monday through Friday. So, jump in here, throw us out questions, charts maybe you're looking at, trade you're in. Let us know what you trade. And, any questions or thoughts you have. But, definitely tell a friend. Hell, tell an enemy. Tell somebody you dislike to pop on. We don't care. Your dog, your cat, your sister, your mama. We're trying to grow our channel, so we'd appreciate anybody who can turn on to us. So we appreciate it.
Hey, we're hearing a lot about it lately. That's awesome. Yeah, we say tell a friend and tell a friend.
Tell a friend, tell an enemy. Yeah, turn them all into us. All right, so that was Euro Pound, boss. We got what's that?
Oh, saying nice to meet you too,
absolutely. Man. Yeah, we answer questions. Any question you got, right? We got you. So, like right now, Emmanuel, I'm just looking at a few more alerts I have. Pass it back to Michael, see what he's got. But New Zealand, Japanese. I'm going to look at those real quick. So New Zealand and Australia dollar, Japanese yen. Okay. So let me just look at both of those real quick because they are giving me bearish signals. 4 hour. This one's been in an uptrend. It's rolling over. It's now turned into a downtrend. It's bouncing currently in this little demand zone, so I don't feel comfortable selling this yet. It's bouncing into this demand zone right here. So we're getting a wick. We're getting a little bit of a push back up. I would not be interested in this supply zone here because it wasn't even strong enough to push through this demand zone. Okay, this is technically a supply zone right here, looking at it on a 4-hour time frame. But the problem is price has not been strong enough to push it through this demand zone. So that really kind of delete that. So that's why it really negates my interest in it. Now, had price come down and just, chewed all the way through down to this area, that'd have been a different story. So what I'll do is mark that up as a supply zone. Just for my knowledge, I'm just going to lighten it. I'm going to make it a light red. Meaning I still want to keep an eye on it, but I'm not interested in putting a full position on that area, on that sell area.
Right.
So yeah, that's a little bit about that zone. 1 hour. Okay, what do we got here? Got a little bit of a zone here. Problem is, all this is kind of low on the curve. If you're looking at this high point and this most recent low point, let's go back to that 4 hour real quick. So again, I'm only interested in selling. So I only want to do my curve analysis from the most recent leg. So I need to be selling somewhere up in this area up here for it to make sense. So if I redo my curve analysis, high point, low point, need to be selling up in this area. So that's 4 hour. Do I have a downtrend on a 1 hour time frame? Yeah. But it's 15 minutes. Okay, let's see what we got here. So we're now on a 15 minutes. Let me get rid of my order block tool. And too many candles. Okay. We got too many candles before this drop. Too many basing candles. So as always, to qualify a supply or a demand zone, I really only want to see no more than 1 to 3 basing candles. And then that leg in or leg out, or the leg in candles. So there's just too many. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's about 8 candles before this expanded range candle, which I look at as kind of the leg in candle. So a big fat no on that. Will put me a little like, no, ignore this spot.
Right.
I'm not interested. Now up here's a little bit different of a story, but the problem is too narrow. Okay, that's you're talking 2 pips. Now structurally, this looks great. You had a big expanded range candle coming out. You had 1 candle, so you had a leg in, one ranging candle, and then a leg out. Problem is, it's too narrow, and the volume isn't as appealing. It's just not that appealing. See, this volume over here was appealing. Let's move that for a second. This volume coming out was appealing. The volume spread analysis candles. Problem is, it spent too much time there sideways. They just spent too much time, so I'm just not interested. As always, ladies and gentlemen, when price spends too much time in a zone, chances are they're using up all their unfilled orders. I want to see these zones out on an island. Like this one here is a little bit better of an example. 1, 2, 3, 4 candles. That's kind of questionable. That's kind of suspect as well. If it were just these 3 candles, then that'd look a lot better. It's out on an island. What do I mean by an island? Well, look to your left. There's no immediate candles right here. Up here there was. Right here you look to the left and you run into some more candles. But down here, I want to see these zones out on an island. In fact, look at that. Price actually did bounce into this. So this was a supply zone because these price points over here respected it and ended up dropping, right? So that actually worked out perfect as a supply zone, right? There we go. But it's obviously old news, so I don't want to draw it up again. So, got a little over half an hour left, ladies and gents. Any charts that we're missing out on, let us know. Okay, Emmanuel says, I trade Forex, most specifically EU and gold. and US 30 and NASDAQ. So perfect.
Nice.
Yeah, we could definitely take another quick look. It's been a couple hours, I think, since we've looked at those. But we'll take a look. What time frames you use to analyze the market and enter your trades, sir? Emmanuel, I'm probably the highest time frame trader in the company. I prefer to do my trend analysis on a daily time frame and then enter on 4-hour time frames as far as supply and demand zones. But I'm switching that up. Okay, I'm coming down to the tinier time frames to play in the sandbox with everybody. So I'm actually looking at supply and demand zones on the preferably on the 15-minute time frame now. 15, 10, or 5. It really just depends on which time frame that zone looks the best on. But find my trend on an hour, or my curve analysis on a 4-hour, okay, for the purposes of the streaming and getting into more trades. But my ultimate favorite is find the trend on a daily, find my supply and demand zones on a 4-hour, and then do my curve analysis on a on a weekly time frame. So I have a higher time frame trading style and I have a lower time frame trading style. So no, great question. But yeah, we'll get over to some EU, some gold, some US 30, some NASDAQ. Let's do that. I'll just do a quick look now because I know you looked at the euro dollar earlier for kind of how you trade, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, just
think a few times.
Beating the dead horse. Euro dollar, just so you know, it's not really on my watch list right now because it's a little more of a neutral score when I'm looking at the fundamentals. I need one more either negative piece of news for the dollar or one more good piece of the news for the euro. So obviously the best chance at that is the upcoming retail sales report that we have coming up in 50 minutes. 50 minutes. So if that report comes out in the US and it's negative for the dollar, if that happens, then my euro US dollar bias will shift from neutral to bullish because I'm only one report away from it. So so it's I just need a little more information from the fundamental point of view. But looking at it from the technical point of view, Emmanuel, 5-minute time frame, I am looking at this little demand zone over here. So I got this red candle down before these relatively bigger candles pushed up. And that's also the start of the European trading session. And then, of course, you had some volume kind of starting to pick up for those candles. So now the other thing to keep in mind is at this point, it is getting a little bit further away. I drew this setup up when price was sitting right in this area this morning that would have been 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago. Well, now we've got price moving higher. So I may need to reevaluate that, right? That's why I drew this projection tool like this for price to come down, but it didn't do that. It's still going, understandably so. So, at this point, this would be an area, except price wasn't strong enough to push through and close above this area here. I'm probably not going to be interested in that area too on a 5 minutes. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3 basing candles. Okay, so see this right here? Let me get rid of my master pattern indicator for a second. So this right here could potentially be a demand zone, right? You could potentially see this here, just like this whole area. That could potentially be a zone. But here's the problem with this demand zone. Because you had a nice leg in candle. You had 4 basing candles. That's one candle more than I like. And then you had the exit candle going up and price pushed up pretty good. Problem is this demand zone was formed from this demand zone. So this demand zone did not form out of its own uniqueness, if you want to call it that. Or what's the word? Organic. It didn't form organically, is what I'm trying to say. It formed because of this area right here. Well, this was a basing area too, and price pushed out. But then when price returned, guess what? On a smaller time frame, there's unfilled orders here. So that fueled this to create and push to the upside. So I'm not interested in this as a demand zone anymore. If that were on an island, if this price action over here just went straight up, then I'd be more interested in this as a zone. But since price based and went sideways here, I'm not interested. It can kiss my behind.
So that's
Now
not
this zone here, right? This zone here, I'm a little more. I like a little more because if you look to the left, that if anything, this price action right here, if anything, that would have been a supply zone, not a demand zone, because price pushed down from this area. Price came up though, based and said, "Nah, B, we're going upwards, not downwards." So it formed its own opinion. It stuck its middle finger up at this price action and said, "I don't care, I'm going up." So that's why I like that area. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see what happens if and when price returns. But that's currently my setup for euro dollar. Hope that helps. Now, but again, once we get here within the next 15, 20 minutes, I'm going to ignore even this setup because I want to get into the retail sales number that's coming up at, again, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. So another 45 minutes from now. I want to get through that report and get on the other side of that report, at least another 20, 30 minutes beyond that report. See what happens with the volatility, the volume, before I have any interest in actually looking at this as a buy setup. Again, if I'm looking at this technically. Because, yeah, that's kind of where I stand with that. So hopefully that helps on that one, Emmanuel. EU and gold and okay, so we got gold, US 30, and NASDAQ. I'll run through that real quick. Gold. I know Michael kind of beat this one like a dead horse earlier as well. Let's look at gold. Yeah, so I'm reevaluating the metals. I'll tell you, Emmanuel, I personally am not interested in metals until like Monday. Unless it's, yeah. I just ain't, because we got the Trump-Putin summit coming up at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, so 4 o'clock New York time, which is, yeah, it's just too close for any type of a longer time frame trade, smaller term swing trade or anything like that. But if you're trying to scalp this thing, pull a few dollars out of the market before all that nonsense. Number one, I would obviously wait for the retail sales number to kind of shake itself out. But let's just say it does on the other side, then, I'd be looking at something like this little zone I've got down here. So that's the demand zone for gold I'm looking at currently, sitting at that 3,300 level. I've been eyeballing it for the last 2 weeks. You can see, right? Been about 2 weeks, couple weeks. August 1st. So what's this? Well, August 1st was what day? What report came out on August 1st?
NFP.
That's right. So NFP formed this exit candle, this candle out of the zone, right? And it left behind this little basing action. So whenever price returns, you can best believe there's going to be some unfilled orders here from people that were pissed off because they missed that move to begin with. But not to mention the big banks and institutions wanting to pile in again to try to recreate that move to the upside. So that's the price point I'm looking at. And 3,300, nice round number. Okay. We don't have no 3310s, 3320s. It's a nice psychological number, round number. But the volume was pretty good going out of that zone. Yeah, that's my top setup right there on gold, because fundamentally gold is my strongest, most bullish asset to follow.
That's probably why it's turning around on me.
Oh, is it reversing up for you on the smaller time frame? What do we got here? Oh, yeah, I see that now. Yeah, and again, and that's assuming Yeah, it may not even come down to here. That's the thing. I mean, it may just say to hell with it in reverse and just go on up. Because again, it is a pretty strong bullish sentiment for the gold and silver. I would love for it to drop. I hope you win your money. I hope you can sell it down to me and I can take it off your hands.
Hey, I would love to.
But
seriously,
Emmanuel, on an intraday time frame, I just don't see a reason to buy. I don't see anything. I just don't see a reason. I really don't. Just looking at it on a 15-minute time frame, it's a lot of nothing but ugly wicks. This is like a big hairy goat. What it's looking like. You got your neckline, you got your face, you got a lot of hair falling, a lot of wicks underneath. So the hairy goat.
That's it. Nothing more than that.
Right.
Coming up next, pre-market post.
There we go. That's probably
you always can do a
hideous.
good job of finding these pictures to draw on the chart.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's good or not, but that's the best I got.
Dude, it looks just like a maybe a camel. Camel or a goat. One of them.
There we go. So there you go, Emmanuel. We got a nice hairy goat there. But yeah, just going down even to a 5-minute. Yeah. Yes, it's just too much wicks. It's not smooth. I mean, yeah, it's trending nicely down. It's trying to reverse, but yeah, it's too hairy. Too hairy for my taste. So there you go.
Everyone's saying
that's what
it looks just like a camel.
What's
you
that?
clearly drew that well. I said camel, they said camel. You got 3 people saying it looks just like a camel.
It's like a sock puppet. Yeah, it looks like a perfect forearm. That looks pretty good, like a sock puppet. All right, so there's that. So sorry, Emmanuel. We have a lot of fun on here. We're pretty serious too, but we like to crack up and act a fool. So yeah, sorry. I just don't really have anything intraday. Again, just to reiterate, my move is all the way down here at the 3,300 level. That's really what I've got. That's the best I can come with for that. And then you asked again about the US 30 and NASDAQ. Okay, yeah, those two as well are. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, so just so you know, the U.S. indices have officially fallen off my bullish radar, and they are now neutral just because of recent reporting, right? But we'll still take a look at it from a technical point of view. So let's look at US 30 first. And then we got, okay, yeah. So US 30. So intraday, if anything, I'd be buying these markets, if anything. But let's see what we got. We got any demand zones down here? Yeah, 15 minutes.
Really quick, Tiger. We got
what's that?
Giving away another challenge account, a 25K Forex challenge account in the next session. You got to go after this. We do take a small break. Then the pre-market post starts 15 minutes after that. They're going to be giving away another 25K challenge account there. So you guys stay tuned for the next session. See if you can end other accounts. All right. Been giving away all week.
Yeah. Now it's Coach Paul and Coach James, and they are awesome kooks. They are just really good at what they do. Coach Paul they're both really good at the crypto and the altcoins. So if you guys and gals are into trading crypto and altcoins, they go a lot deeper on those assets. And then as well, they go into some Forex, a little bit of Forex, not a whole lot, but a little bit of everything. Just think of them as one big melting pot. So but yeah, they definitely go a lot deeper on the altcoins. My expertise is mostly Forex. And then obviously getting into some of these indices of Bitcoin, gold, silver as well. Pretty comfortable around those, but Forex is my forte. But yeah, Coach Paul is really good. Both of them are on the altcoins and the crypto.
Yeah, there's no fee. You just how you just join this one. There's no fee or anything.
Oh yeah. Yep, that's right. So yeah, definitely give them a look. Again, that's 15 minutes after ours ends, which ours ends in about 27 minutes, just so you know. Okay, so let's look at US 30 real quick. Go back to my hour time frame. Now I've got this zone down here on a higher. I'm going to go ahead and I was going to paint that in, but I didn't really get a fair value gap coming out of it, did I? Yeah, I'm gonna not draw that. I was almost going to draw this last red candle down on a 1 hour, but the volume kind of started going downward as you exited, and the candles are kind of weak. So that's weak sauce. So I'm going to ignore that on a 1 hour time frame. Weak sauce. 15 minute. Yeah, see, I've got no volume. I've got no volume in this area. So I'm not interested in this. I'm not interested in this leg at all, where I drew up a curve analysis. So I'm just going to delete that. Let's go to a higher time frame, see if any of this shapes up for Monday. Okay, the next curve would be this low to the current high. See what we can find on here. Well, I drew something up down here, so let's see what I drew up. Okay, 4 hour. What did I draw up? There's nothing there on it. Oh, that's right. I just drew this up earlier. So yeah, I mean, we do have this 1, 2, 3, 4 basing candle kind of a zone. Kind of works. We got something I drew up just above it. What's that? 1 hour, 2 hour, 30 minute. I think I drew up. Oh, I see what I did. Yeah, so I drew up this because this August 12th, so that would have been 3 days ago. Yeah, again, that was that US CPI data, I believe it was. A lot of volume right here. We had a good push off. So we could see a little bit of a reaction off this area if price were to come down. But what I dislike about this, because I spend most of my time, guys and gals, disqualifying zones. More time disqualifying than I do qualifying. So what I dislike about this zone is when it moved up, it just went sideways. Didn't have any pizzazz, anything strong enough to keep care. Now, it did end up going up, but what I'm saying is it went up and just went sideways for far too long that I wanted. That takes away my interest. So, yeah, I don't think I really have anything for US 30, to be honest with you. I just don't care for it. With the way I trade, I just don't really see anything I really like. I mean, the best I got would be this low point down here, which you can definitely qualify as a demand zone. The problem is, though, there wasn't any volume. So is this a fake out? Is this a fake move up? Is the effort matching the result? Wyckoff 101? Not really. Not in my opinion. So I could definitely see this thing retracing, and it's going to chew down a while. It's going to take a while for it to find a bid somewhere. But we'll just write those up anyway. Looking at this area here. Yeah, I just don't see anything. Not seeing anything. If I got to squint my eyes and turn my head cockeyed and try to find something, it's probably best just to go to another market, right? Hopefully that helps. You guys analyze crypto. Yeah, Emmanuel, I mean, I look at Bitcoin. It's about as far as I go. I look at Ethereum at times, but I just really focus on Bitcoin myself, just mainly because I have a software that tracks the fundamentals and the sentiment data. But again, just to circle back to what I said earlier, Coach Paul and Coach James on the show that starts 15 minutes after ours, they do a really good job of deep diving into crypto. So definitely would encourage you to go check them out there as well. And again, they're going to be passing off a 25K account for you guys, or for anybody in the chat that has not yet won an account. So definitely encourage you to go check them two out. They'll give you some more insights on it. But if I'm looking at Bitcoin, I might as well give you my thoughts on it. Yeah, so it's crypto had a bad day yesterday, right? It everything dropped about 3% on average, from what I think I read from Coach Paul last night on our Quiet Markets had mentioned that. Just wasn't a good day, so that could present some buying opportunities, right? Doesn't matter what you trade. If you get a big pullback like that on something that's overall bullish, well, might as well be looking to buy some dips. So yeah, let's see here. Yesterday, yeah, there's that big ugly red candle from yesterday. Well, did it drop into an area of interest? I mean, not yet, not really. I mean, this right here would be the closest thing to an immediate demand zone, because you did have a nice expanded range candle coming out of that, but not really a whole lot of excitement when you're looking at the volume spread analysis. In other words, the volume wasn't there. I want a discount. I want a discount on Bitcoin. So for me personally, I've been eyeballing this for weeks now. I'm not interested in Bitcoin personally until price comes down to about the 111,600 level, because I'm looking at this 12-hour demand zone. So that's what, 720 minutes, I think? Yeah, I'm just not interested unless we come down and bounce off of this red candle here, because this red candle was a nice expanded range candle up. We had a pretty good red volume bar coming out of that. Much higher time frame, but you know, that's just the highest probability. Highest probability, because what have we had now for, you know, for the last few weeks? We had all that sideways basing action. We had price move down to catch some bids, price move up to catch some asks. So now I just need price to come down and catch some more bids below this area. That's why I love that 720 minute zone, or the 12-hour chart, which I very rarely use. It's just that it looked the best for this particular Bitcoin example. But yeah, turning on my master pattern indicator, you can see all the contraction boxes. So that's fair value. And where price is right now, it's right in the middle of this fair value. What does fair value also mean? Retail chop zone, like I drew up there. So if I pull that box forward, where are we at? Right now, we are perfectly in the center of this retail chop zone. This is where people are getting chopped to pieces. That's just my opinion. I just don't want to trade in the retail chop zone, because I don't feel like getting chopped up. So that's why I personally am only interested in this market if we get a nice retracement back to that 12-hour demand zone, which again is, for me, sitting at the $111,600 mark per coin. So that green line is only thing I'm interested in. And if that fills, no problem. Got another choppy type of area here. I got the best demand zone, which everybody in the world is watching. And what is that? That's the 100,000 level, right?
Right. They were like, if Bitcoin get to 100K again, I'll buy it.
Yeah. Everybody and their uncle is keeping an eye on the 100,000 level, right? That's right straight through there. It's straight into a daily demand zone, which is the yellow box, but also on a 4-hour, I got a 4-hour demand zone running right through. Oh no, I guess that was a 2-hour. 2-hour or 1 hour? Let me look at that. 1 hour. I believe it was a 1 hour. All right, so let's go back to that 100,000 psychological number. Yeah. So let's let's close my drawings. So we got this 1 hour demand zone before the big screaming move up, also within the daily, which is basically from this point to this point. That's confluence. Turn my drawings on. That's sexy. That's super sexy right there. And then you got, most importantly, we got the horizontal line for the 100,000 right there. So this is what everybody in the world is keeping their eyes on if and when price, drops down that far. In fact, I'm just going to leave that there. Color that sucker green or something. There we go. That way we can see it on a higher time frame. All right, 100K. But
100K.
That doesn't mean I'm going to wait. I'm going to definitely take a trade down there, if we get down to that 111,600 mark. All right, Mama didn't raise no dummy. It may not make it to 100,000.
Right.
Might not, huh?
That's one thing you might want to front run it just a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I mean, it's been in this retail chop zone for so long that I bet you there's going to be a lot of people trying to buy. You know, the big banks are. Look, they've already pushed it down to collect liquidity here, to push it up, to collect liquidity above. Well, there's going to be stop losses below this area where people bought. People have been buying in this area. There's stop losses here. There's stop losses here. There's stop losses here. So they're going to be, they're going to be wanting to collect that and then collect unfilled orders over here. I'm definitely interested in being a buyer right there. So we shall see.
I will take a piece of it then.
Take a piece of that pie. I think we were lacking one more, Emmanuel. NASDAQ. Oh, that's right, NASDAQ. Let's take a quick look at NASDAQ for you. And actually, man, time's flying. We're down to 10 minutes. All right, NASDAQ.
Oh, we got the last 10 minutes.
Holy cow, yeah. Yeah, NASDAQ sideways on a 4-hour time frame. I do have a demand zone on the, 30 minutes, I think, time frame? No, 15, actually. Oh, it's even lower. 5 minutes. Is it 10 minute? It's one of these damn time frames. Okay, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so I do got some time frame. Let's just go back out real quick. Let's just zoom back out. So this is kind of the areas I'm looking at right here on the NASI. If I go back to my 4-hour time frame, so looking at my curve analysis, to find a smaller intraday type trade, I went from this swing low to this swing high. Let me just delete some of these lines. It's too busy. It's too much work. Too much stuff on here. Let's get rid of that. Get rid. Okay, there we go. That's a little cleaner. Swing low, swing high. So I've got my curve on there. I'm only interested in buying low in the zone. Low on the Hungarian flag, right? We got the green part of the Hungarian flag on the bottom, and up top is the red part. So selling in premium. So on the 4-hour, obviously there's the curve. 1 hour. Now we're on an uptrend, but we have a little bit of a sideways trend going on. So I don't know. Is that the beginning of a downtrend? Probably not. Probably just a correction, similar to this, right? So going down to the 15 minute or 15, 10, 5, you can go a couple of different routes. Yeah, I'd probably be interested in taking a stab in this area because look at the volume spread analysis at the bottom. Super big expanded range candles. There was a lot happening in this area. Maybe you could take a stab at this area above, but I probably wouldn't. I'd probably just be interested. Yeah, see, you go down to a 10 minute, you do have a red candle here, but I think I'd be more interested in the origin of it overall, the origin of that strong move, which would be down here at the 23,615 level. So yeah, that's basically it. I wouldn't be interested in trading anything in this upper area, meaning I don't really see anything I like on a intraday perspective. Just because, let's see here. What we got here? 10 minutes? You could, I don't know. You might could take a look at that on a 10-minute time frame. Let's go back to that 10. I mean, yeah, this was yesterday's PPI data, right? Yeah, yesterday's PPI data. So you obviously had some volume come out of that. I don't know. Let's draw this up. You could probably wrap a little bit of a rectangle around all this area. It might be a potential. See what happens if and when price gets here. But again, we got retail sales coming up in 23 minutes. So I wouldn't be interested in this market for at least 45 minutes to an hour. Get about 30, 45 minutes on the other side of that report release and reevaluate. But you could probably take a stab at something like this. Potentially. Just get priced down. Get into a cheap buy. Make sure you sell before this top in action, though. Right? Mm-hmm. Again, we're not a signal service, but if you held a gun to my head and said, Tiger, you must get into a trade on the NASI, well, that would be it in the interim, in the short term, the short time frame. Right. And what I would further do is put a stop loss below this little wick right here. So I'd give it a little wiggle room, right? if I had to get into a trade in a smaller time frame. So hopefully that helps. But yeah, ultimately, I think I like this demand a little better just because it's a little further away. It's a little lower on the curve. This one, this option here is kind of in the middle of that curve, right? When you're looking at it on the 4 hour. When you're looking at it on the 4 hour. So, but again, you held a gun to my head and said, Tiger, you have to get into a short-term trade. Okay, well, that's probably where it would be. Because I mean, you go down to the 15 minute, look, I mean, it's all this sideways chop action. So at least I would feel a little more comfortable buying under all this part of it, that part of it. But ultimately, if I had my ruthers, I'd be waiting for that area down there, 23,615, potentially. What do you think, Mike? I've been rapping. We got 5 minutes. You got anything on your end?
Oh man, yeah, we can go back to mine really quick for this this gold. Okay. We're still sitting here on this gold setup. This thing is just
okay.
I'll say hanging.
Yeah, let's see what's up with gold.
All right. So not horrible. I'm just trying to this picture that we got drawn up. We like really right. Oh, we're literally at break even right now. I'm up $3.
Yeah.
But this is what I mean too, right? Where they try to trick you with positions like this sometimes, where when it closes below, then they'll do this little scary wick thing, right? And close up here, end up turning right back around like, do not fall for this. Now, I will close this trade if this closed above this 13 EMA, right? I will close it then.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously not out, disregarding today, because we got the news coming out today, but this would be the only way I would close this, right, on the 4 hour chart. But seeing we just on the one, this thing's kind of sitting here still. Yeah, I'm looking forward to go ahead and now last time we wanted to close below that area. Now I want to see it close below this area. If it can close below this area too, oh yeah, I think I might have got them today.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. Look at the drawing. Look at the drawing. They went a little bit above that area, but you know, still pretty close, relatively close to what we were looking for.
Yep.
So not too much. Just kind of waiting on this one. Yep, being super sneaky. And what they're doing is they're testing your patience. That's what they're doing. Testing your patience. Like, what's gonna happen? Next thing you know, you're gonna get these fast moving moves. And that's gonna be it. You're gonna be on the right or wrong side. That's gonna be it. And once again, you see, I do have this message here. As I always say, nope, no body, only wicks. This is the only thing I don't like about this. Because once again, this can totally come up here, actually get some body off this, and then run down. Right?
All right.
Totally see this happening. Giving it some type of real pass and then dropping. So still want to be careful with it. I'm going to still monitor it. In fact, I want to throw some alerts on here. Right. If you get up to here, I want to know. Let me know. I'll just put it. Take a look. All right, take a look at that. Obviously, I'm stopped out right here. I still want to put an alert up here for this one as well. That's still hit. All right, and then if you get down here to this point, not really right here, but dang, actually, I want it to be a little bit lower than that. So let's do I like to do mine halfway, so when I take my stop loss to break even. So if this is 27, let's do 26. I'll probably do it at like 13, somewhere around here.
Yep.
I don't even do stuff. Yeah, somewhere around here is where I really want to take this off at. Not take it off, but with my stop loss to break even at least. I'm gonna be at BE around here. My stop loss to break even. Yeah. And then of course infamous. Delete that. We got the infamous TP smack, right? TP smack.
All
That.
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right.
That's really it.
Shut
Gold.
Shut it.
Yeah. Besides that, yeah, I was looking at the
That's
USD CAD, but
Yeah.
we are. Oh yeah, this is not doing too well. But I will set this alert because I want to know when you get up there, baby. Let me know. That's gonna be that money
Well,
trade.
Put your alert in. While he's putting his alert in, everybody, we got about 45 seconds. I just definitely wanted to leave you guys with this reminder. Just definitely make sure and keep an eye on the retail sales number. Literally coming out in 15 minutes. It is the core and the regular retail sale number month over month. 15 minutes. So be careful around that time. As always, with any red folder news event, you definitely want to proceed with caution. It is just best to avoid trading right before, during, and right after. Good rule of thumb is just watch the volume. Maybe go to a 1 minute time frame. Look at something like the dollar, Japanese yen. That's one of the most volatile of the major currency pairs. Just make that your popcorn trade of the day, meaning get you a bowl of something good to eat, sit back on a 1 minute time frame, keep your other hand away from the buy sell button, and just put that hand to work. Get you some, pop you a cold one. After all, it is Friday, right? Go pop you a bubbly, whatever the case may be, and just be careful buying and selling around the reports like the retail sales. Now, that's coming up in 15 minutes, but we also do have the University of Michigan report, sentiment report coming out 2.5 hours after that. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end. We will be back on Monday, bright and early, 3 a.m. Central Standard Time. And
we got the
any last
pre-market
second
post
thoughts, Michael?
No, that's it, guys. We're giving away that 25K Forex challenge account the next session. So you guys hang on, show up to that session. Again, those coaches there are great as well. Somebody's going to win a free account. They could be you, Emmanuel. I saw you ask the question, is it free? Yes, it's free. We give them away all day, every session. So check them out. Other than that, guys, like Tiger said, be careful with the news, and we will catch you guys on Sunday. Tiger, as always, man.
Yes, sir.
I love hanging out with you, bro.
Coach M, have a good one, man.
All right, take it easy, guys.
All right.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.